We are in a battle for the soul of this nation.
Everything we care about, our economy, our health, our children, it's all on the line.
But if Donald Trump is reelected, I believe he will forever and fundamentally alter the character of this nation.
America is crying out for leadership.
There's nothing we are unable to do. Nothing we've ever tried have we failed at.
We have to unify this country. We always do better when we act as one America.
Tonight's the night Joe Biden has been preparing for his entire political life. He served as senator for 36 years, vice president for 8. President Obama awarded him the highest civilian honor. But now Joe Biden will make the case to be commander-in-chief. I'm Libby Casey, and you are watching a Washington Post special report on the final night of the Democratic Convention. Well, Democrats plan for this evening's program to be a contrast between two men, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and two very different visions of America's future. With me to talk about tonight's big stakes are my colleagues Rhonda Colvin in the Washington Post newsroom and James Hohmann in Wilmington, Delaware. Good evening to you all, and thank you for being with us. Rhonda, let's talk about what Joe Biden and his supporters have to do tonight.
Well, tonight's all going to be about the culmination of his career, and the Democrats want to reintroduce him to America and also reinforce to America that this long career he has, as you just mentioned, he was in the Senate for about 36 years. He's one of, in U.S. history, one of the longest serving senators, and they really want to tout that this long career of his is exactly what America needs right now. So tonight will be a little biographical in nature. We're going to see clips of his life and his personal life, his professional life. We're also going to see moments that Democrats really want to bring home to viewers about their party. One of those things is voting rights. There's going to be a portion of the program dedicated to John Lewis. It's produced by the director who produced the documentary on him, Good Trouble. And that's going to be a moment where Democrats, like they did yesterday, want to bring home the importance of being active against any voter suppression, any problems at the polls. There's also going to be a memorial to his son, Beau Biden, who died of cancer. And that's a connection for Joe Biden to make as the healthcare president, that he understands what average Americans are going through when they experience health tragedies. So those are some of the cornerstones of tonight's programming. And overall, it's just about reintroducing Joe Biden to America.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Well, James, this of course doesn't happen in a vacuum. The news cycle continues on, and there has been a lot of news today separate from this convention. You know, how does Joe Biden need to sort of break through and get America's attention? And does the other political news happening this week actually help him as well?
Absolutely, it helps, Libby. And you're right, these don't happen in a vacuum. This isn't like the old days where everyone's attention is on, the convention. The jobs numbers this morning came out and showed 1.1 million of our fellow Americans applied for unemployment for the first time last week. This week alone, there have been major layoffs by employers in North Carolina and Ohio and Michigan. And so those I think affect people and the way that a lot of people are tuning in, especially the voters that the Biden campaign is trying to reach. There's a lot of anxiety in the country. But then the big political story that Washington was fixated on today, Libby, was the indictment of Steve Bannon, who ran the Trump campaign at the end in 2016, was the president's chief strategist for the first year and a half he was in the White House. He was indicted for allegedly siphoning money from a Build the Wall charity that he claimed he wasn't getting any money from. He was arrested on his yacht off the coast of Connecticut. And, the Trump campaign predictably trying to distance himself. But that's part of the pitch. When Biden talks about restoring the soul of America, the Biden campaign put out a statement on the Bannon news saying the country deserves better than this. And I think that's been one of the themes this week that we'll see kind of an exclamation mark on tonight, Libby, which is that, they talked about issues. They talked about climate change and immigration and gun control last night. But mostly this convention has been about character. About Biden being a decent, fundamentally good guy. And that's what a lot of the tributes tonight to Beau are going to be about. That's what Hunter and Naomi are going to talk about. And so that's how they kind of capitalize on the news environment.
Well, James, we saw former President Barack Obama last night in a way that we really haven't before, not in such a pointed way. He directly and emotionally attacked the sitting president by name. Let's listen.
Donald Trump hasn't grown into the job because he can't. And the consequences of that failure are severe. 170,000 Americans dead. Millions of jobs gone, while those at the top take in more than ever. Our worst impulses unleashed, our proud reputation around the world badly diminished, and our democratic institutions threatened like never before.
Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you and talk about what exactly the former president was trying to also convey in his message last night.
He was also trying to convey to the American people toward the end of that speech to make sure that you get out to vote. One of his statements that he made, he said, "Do not let them take your power away." So he again joined other voices yesterday saying that voter suppression is real. And I know from my conversations with Democrats on the Hill, voter suppression is one of the biggest issues and concerns they have right now. They've said that that is the biggest thing that stands in Joe Biden's way. He's doing well, or there's some promising signs in his polling, but what really stands in the way is access to the polls. So they want to see a high voter turnout. So that's something that President Obama wanted to convey in his speech, beyond just being very frank about how he felt about Trump's leadership. He also wanted to tell the country that if you want to turn this around, you must vote.
Well, let's go now to Hannah Jewell, who spent this week in Wilmington, Delaware. Hannah, good to see you. We watched the Democrats try to make this convention special, despite these circumstances in the time of coronavirus. What do they have planned for tonight?
So tonight is actually really exciting for me as a reporter because there's things happening here in this parking lot in Wilmington right in front of the Chase Center, which is where we heard Kamala Harris speak last night, and tonight Joe Biden will make his address. But also they have kind of a movie drive-in happening behind me where there's a big screen set up and a stage where Biden will perhaps come out and say hello to the supporters who have driven up in their cars, and there's kind of a party atmosphere. There's music. No sign of a balloon drop, right? But we know that there will be fireworks. And he's going to come out potentially and just wave, not make remarks, but see people for the first time in the flesh, other than the sort of reporters who are inside the convention center for his actual speech. I spoke to some of the people out there. There's David, who says he went to high school with Beau and Hunter Biden and knows the Bidens personally, and he's there with his family, and they're having a wonderful time. He says he used to be a Republican, but when you know the guy running for president, you change your allegiance, perhaps. There's a woman named Maureen who I asked her, what are you going to do if and when Biden comes out on this stage and you're in your car? And she said, we're going to go crazy, absolutely insane. So we have that to look forward to. And yeah, it seems like a kind of festive, tailgatey atmosphere out here. Meanwhile, outside of this sort of like secure area in my parking lot, as I've come to think of it, there's actually a lot of protesters, a lot of anti-Biden, pro-Trump protesters who have been moved kind of away from the area, but I'd say maybe like over 100 were out there earlier. And I spoke to one, Janice, who said she's terrified of Biden, of Marxism and socialism in that order. And then I spoke to a woman named Holly who had her pro-Trump signs, and she was telling me how she's a big supporter of President Trump, doesn't think that Biden is up for the job. However, she did say she brought up unbidden that she would have a beer with Joe Biden should that circumstance arise. Earlier today, I also saw a biplane flying around Wilmington with a banner that said, Joe Biden is losing it, vote Trump 2020. Whoever was in that plane was flying it all day today over downtown Wilmington. So although Trump is not here tonight, his presence is certainly felt, but we'll be here all night till the bitter end and see what happens with this fireworks and honking and version of a celebration in person for the first time in this virtual convention. Back to you for now, Libby.
Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell. Well, let's go now to our colleague Robin Givhan, Washington Post fashion critic. Robin, the optics of this convention have just been so fascinating. I want to talk with you about our nominees and about what we've been watching from them this week. But first, Robin, what is your take on how the Democrats have been maximizing or attempting to use and cope with this unusual convention experience?
Well, just watching it, I think it feels a lot more intimate than the typical convention. I mean, I think that they're using the fact that they can't have all of this extra hoopla and pomp and extravaganza to really allow people to kind of zoom in close and personal with a lot of the speakers. You see them in their home in many cases. And I think it really sort of cuts directly to really what these conventions are supposed to be about, which is the people.
It's so interesting to hear Hannah talk about sort of the optics and how there may be an attempt tonight to show some sort of festive atmosphere. Last night, as Kamala Harris gave her speech, what were your takeaways, both in terms of the message content she was getting at and also the environment in which she delivered it?
You know, again, I felt like the environment was certainly stately, but it wasn't overwhelming. It didn't overwhelm her, and it didn't make you feel as though you were kind of just an extra in what is a large extravaganza. I also thought that it was interesting that she was sort of trying to mesh these two very different kinds of goals, which is to introduce yourself and deliver something that was very intimate and personal, and also essentially say, this is why we're in this campaign, and this is what we're going to do, and these are the, you know, the warning bells that we're setting off.
Robin, when you talk about warning bells, I want to read the headline of your latest piece. The warning from Kamala Harris and the convention's third night, our house is on fire. How did you hear that theme echoed in really so many speakers last night, as well as in prior nights?
Well, I thought it was really sort of set from the very moment the evening started, when Kamala Harris came out and said that people need to have a voting plan. And I found that really striking, because it immediately set up this idea that, you know, the voting plan almost sounded like an emergency plan. And speaker after speaker sort of underscored the fact that so many democratic norms are under assault. There was the reference to climate change and the inherent danger to the planet. And then the racial justice protests, again, underscoring the sort of smoldering anger there that has really become quite an inferno. So this whole idea of a house, a country, a democracy on fire, I think just sort of was woven throughout the entire evening.
Let's bring James Hohmann into the conversation. James, I want you to carry on this idea of sort of themes and what the Democrats are trying to hit repeatedly, what message they want people to come away with.
Yeah, Robin's absolutely right, and her column today on this is fantastic. And my take on it was that it was sort of an inverse echo of American carnage. You know, our poll shows something like 90% of Americans are unhappy with the direction of the country. You know, only 13% of Americans feel like the coronavirus outbreak is under control. And you know, so it was about kind of the danger that the country is in, that there is this emergency, and it did at times feel like kind of they were painting a portrait of a country that's become an apocalyptic hellscape under Trump, whether that's, you know, the climate change, but also democratic institutions, the rule of law, you know, the kind of the norms that President Obama talked about. And so I think that every convention, every election, everyone says this is the most important election of our lifetime. That's not new. Even kind of very relatively non-important elections, people say that. But I think that there is this desire to create a sense that this is a national emergency, to help ensure that people who stayed home in 2016 feel like they have skin in the game, that maybe they don't love Joe Biden, but to try to amplify the kind of the antipathy toward Trump. And you know, President Obama said at one point in his speech last night, the only way to fix these problems that you're upset about is to go vote. You know, we've read a lot of stories about protesters at some of the you know, in some of the cities across the country who say, I don't think that there's any value in voting. That's why I'm in the streets. And that's something, you know, the Obama world is nervous about. And we also saw that with Hillary Clinton saying, you know, don't make this another woulda, coulda, shoulda election, where after the fact you say, if only I had known. And then you kind of, Hillary Clinton also, I thought, saying, look, you can win by 3 million votes and still lose the Electoral College, was also part of that same theme of kind of trying to give people this sense of urgency and the importance that even if they feel like Biden's probably going to win, they need to go out and vote for him.
Rhonda Colvin, we have seen a mix, of course, over the last few nights of people who have represented the top jobs in government, like President Obama, Kamala Harris, who certainly hopes to hold that position. But we've also heard from what can be considered regular Americans, or people like former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who's been personally affected over the last decade or so, and had a message about what direction she wants to see the country go in. Talk to us about some of the people who have stood out to you and some of those messages that we've heard.
Yeah, last night also after the Gabby Giffords portion, there was a woman who, there was a tape segment with a woman who talked about how her son was shot and now suffers from lifelong injuries. And she talked about how she can't hug him right now because of COVID, but she really brought home that pain that comes from gun violence. So I think what the Democrats have done last night when they did the gun reform portion, and then in nights before when they've talked about health care, they're putting a face to the policy. They're not getting up there and ticking off different policy points that many of us don't understand, or many Americans who don't follow this don't understand. But you do understand when another American is telling you their story and how a law or how a situation affects them. So that's been something that I think this convention has allowed for, because it is virtual, these different segments where you're able to see real people discuss these issues that the Democrats want to say that Joe Biden can't fix.
Robin Givhan, you wrote about how one of the most compelling introductions and people speaking for Joe Biden was by an elevator operator, not by one of the people who, is paid a ton of money for their book deals or goes on the speaking circuit, a name that many of us had never heard of, Jacqueline Brittany. Tell us her story and why what she said was so compelling.
Yeah, I mean, she had one of those serendipitous encounters with Joe Biden when he had come to the New York Times editorial board, and they were going up in the elevator, and she took the opportunity to essentially say how much she admired him. And in that moment, he offered to take a selfie. The whole situation went viral. And one of the things that I thought was just the most compelling part of her introduction was when she just simply said that Joe Biden has room in his heart for more than himself. And I thought that really summed up in a sentence what so many people had been trying to get across. And it was, I think, very effective because it was coming from someone who, it wasn't a family member. It wasn't someone who had been paid, was a paid operative. It was their job. It was someone who had just had a chance encounter. And there was really nothing in it for her. And I thought that really gave those words great power.
What is the role of the Obamas right now, Robin? We heard from Michelle Obama on the first night of the convention. We certainly, talked about already hearing from the former president last night. At this stage of sort of their political life and their popular life, what role do they serve?
Well, I mean, honestly, after hearing both of those speeches, all I kept thinking was, I do not want to be at their dinner table because they are very stressed out right now. I mean, I think a lot for her, certainly it was to get across this idea that this is not about politics. This is not about Democrat versus Republican. It's about citizens and families and country. And the fact that she said, you know me, I don't like politics, was a very important part of her speech. With him, I actually felt that there was this moment towards the end of his speech, which was beautifully delivered, as you would expect based on his history, when, because there wasn't a crowd, because there was no one else, ostensibly in the room with him, there was this incredible silence, and you could hear this very heavy sigh. And it wasn't a dramatic sigh. It really seemed like one in which he was just pausing to get his bearings. And I thought that was really illustrative of so much of what I had felt about the convention as it was unfolding. What was that there wasn't this sense of anger as much as there was this sense of urgency and exasperation.
What will you be listening for tonight?
Well, I mean, I'm curious certainly to see if there's, another part of Joe Biden that he's going to reveal. He's been around for such a long time, and I think most people feel like they have a very good sense of who he is. So, I certainly will be curious to see if there's something new, some new facet that he will reveal. But also, for me, I'm always looking for those moments when a gesture, a particular phrase, a look really reveals something that is deeper than just the words on the teleprompter.
Robin Givhan, fashion critic for The Washington Post. Thank you so much for joining us, Robin, and I look forward to seeing what you write, not only after tonight, but also next week as we head into the Republican convention. Thanks so much. Well, still tonight, we'll see Joe Biden accept the Democratic nomination. We'll also see a performance by John Legend and Common, and Steph Curry will make a video endorsement. Stay with us.
Business moves forward. We're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
My name is Matt Visor. I'm a national political reporter at The Washington Post. I've been covering the 2020 presidential campaign and have followed all of the candidates around the country. Joe Biden and his life has been really marked by grief and by trying to overcome these moments of personal tragedy. As a 35-year-old whose wife and daughter were killed in a car accident, his two boys were injured in that car accident right before Christmas in 1972 as he was getting ready to assume his office in the Senate. His son, Beau, who was in that car accident, died in 2015 from a brain tumor. I think his overcoming of that grief is something that has connected with broad swaths of voters. What we see every day after a Biden event, people will come up to him and they'll tell him that their son died a year ago or that their father's dealing with cancer. Moments of tragedy in their lives. And Biden, he usually just stops and he looks people directly in the eye and he talks to them for a few minutes at times. Sometimes he'll give him a phone number to follow up with him or his staff with. Those are the moments, I think, that those of us who have followed him maybe underestimated how broadly that could be felt. And I think that that's something that we're seeing Biden trying to translate that into a broader appeal. Joe Biden is at a triumphant moment in his political career. He's been a senator from Delaware for 36 years. He's been a vice president of the United States for 8 years, but he's always been a failed presidential candidate. And at this moment, he's a successful presidential candidate.
You're watching live coverage from The Washington Post. The final night of the Democratic National Convention gets started at 9 o'clock Eastern. Expected speakers include Senators Cory Booker and Tammy Duckworth. The night will conclude with remarks, of course, from Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden. Let's go to Joyce Koh, who's live in front of the White House. Good evening, Joyce. We've seen from President Trump this week. What has he been saying and doing as he's reacted to the Democratic convention?
Well, yesterday during the Democratic convention, while Barack Obama and Kamala Harris was giving their speeches, Donald Trump was setting off a number of tweets. Today, he was in Old Forge, Pennsylvania, a town just outside of Scranton, Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden is famously from. And he was giving a speech to a group of people in Old Forge and really saying, reacting to Barack Obama's speech last night. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
And I watched President Obama last night, and I watched him talking about everything, and I had to put it out. I said, yeah, but he spied on our campaign, and he got caught. That's about as bad a thing as you can imagine. If that happened to another campaign on the other side, they would have had 25 people in jail for many years already. Many, many years. It's a disgrace.
Now, President Trump has repeated this claim numerous times without really giving evidence to back it up. Today was not a great day for President Trump and his allies. His former campaign advisor, Steve Bannon, was arrested on fraud charges. The Department of Justice coming out with a press release today saying that Bannon and 3 others were involved in a campaign to fundraise for President Trump's border wall. They ended up raising about $25 million on a GoFundMe page, but prosecutors say that Bannon took about $1 million of that and also shared a couple $100,000 with another campaign organizer. To compound that, President Trump today being told by a federal judge in New York that he needs to turn over his tax returns in this ongoing battle over his tax records. Earlier today, President Trump speaking about that, calling it a witch hunt. Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce. Well, with me this evening, James Hohmann, national political reporter, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter. Let's go back to James for some reaction to the news coming out of the White House and President Trump's orbit. You know, President Trump trying to control the narrative by going close to where we all associate Joe Biden with, Scranton, Pennsylvania. But that's certainly not what people are talking about today, James. They're all talking about Steve Bannon. And as the president tries to distance himself from Steve Bannon, how realistic is it for him to act like Steve Bannon's part of sort of ancient history?
Well, it's really hard, but you know, this has become part of a pattern where it's almost, you know, it's not a joke, but it's become funny, kind of like clockwork to watch the president distance himself from Paul Manafort, who ran his campaign and is now in prison. Others like Michael Flynn, you know, who he said he hardly knew. And he's kind of changed his tune there a little bit. You know, the president in many ways feels like he has Teflon wrapped around him when this stuff happens, because it's just happened so much. So many of his former aides and advisors have faced criminal charges or flipped on him or written books about him. But I do think it creates this general atmospheric that kind of plays into this idea that, as Obama said last night, President Obama said, you know, he's in over his head. Michelle Obama made that same point. And it creates this idea, too, that, you know, if you want a return to normalcy, then don't vote for Trump again. And so I'm not sure that, you know, the people who are worked up about Steve Bannon's indictment weren't going to vote for Trump anyway. But I do think it creates this broader feeling that, you know, there's something broken and dysfunctional about the Trump presidency.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin for where this puts things in terms of what President Trump and the Republicans need to do next week, Rhonda. You know, we'll see this sort of traditional break this weekend between the two conventions, but what are we watching for as we begin to sort of close up the books on this convention and look to the Republicans?
I think one of the things that we can watch for is what type of substance will they be able to point to in his administration. He's up against a man who has, 36 years in the Senate, served as a vice president, and is sort of this established candidate. How are the Republicans going to portray Trump? And how are they going to, if at all, address some of these problematic things that have surfaced today and through the week? I'll add to what Joyce said and what James said that also this evening, some top national security officials from Republican administrations going back to Reagan, and then even in Trump's administration, came out today and endorsed Biden. So, how are the Republicans going to handle all of that? What are the issues that they're going to point to? There may be, a few things that they can highlight, like Trump's work with the Second Chance program, Second Chance Act, where that helped with inmates being released from prison. Is that an issue they can talk about? I'm not sure, but we're going to have to see what type of substance they're going to bring throughout next week.
Yeah, and we are still waiting for a lot of details, Rhonda. So when we say we'll have to see, I mean, a lot of the journalists are still sort of waiting to see what exactly the contours of next week's presentation will be. Well, let's bring Karen Tumulty into the conversation, columnist covering national politics. Karen, thank you for joining us. I want to get you to weigh in here before we turn our attention to Joe Biden and what he has to do tonight. Just weigh in for us here on this moment, as we hit this ultimate night of the Democratic convention and yet watch this news come out, the dramatic news come out involving Trump world.
Well, I think that if I can just add a point to what Rhonda was saying, one thing I think the Republicans really need to worry about or think about next week is tone, and also demonstrating that they are in touch with what's going on, the trauma that's going on in the lives of ordinary Americans. The danger here for them is to become, like the 1992 convention was for the Republican Party, which was all about anger and social issues at a time when Americans were struggling through a recession. It just really made them look very out of touch and did not help George H.W. Bush at all. So that I think the biggest thing for them is to somehow demonstrate that they get what Americans are going through at this moment, that President Trump gets what Americans are going through at this moment. And that may be, I don't think a lot of policy prescriptions are what are called for here. I think it's vision that is really called for. And certainly it doesn't help to have all these things popping up in the news around him.
Karen, let's listen to a clip from Kamala Harris's speech last night. And she used the coronavirus in one of the strongest contrasts she tried to make between the president and the Democratic ticket. Let's listen.
While this virus touches us all, we got to be honest. It is not an equal opportunity offender. Black, Latino, and Indigenous people are suffering and dying disproportionately. And this is not a coincidence. It is the effect of structural racism, of inequities in education and technology, healthcare and housing, job security and transportation, the injustice in reproductive and maternal health care, in the excessive use of force by police, and in our broader criminal justice system. This virus, it has no eyes, and yet it knows exactly how we see each other and how we treat each other. And let's be clear, there is no vaccine for racism.
Kamala Harris speaking last night. Karen Tumulty, what is your analysis of her performance last night?
I think she continued. First of all, she did something that I found, from my observation, she was not able to do in her presidential campaign. She shared a lot about her own identity, her own life, and she also did a lot to make the case against Donald Trump. But I think that people, especially these kind of soft supporters who have given Joe Biden a lead in the polls, but could be persuaded to change their minds or may not show up at all, it's really going to be up to Joe Biden tonight, I think, to show them that he has a vision for how you get out of this place that the country is in. And as Senator Harris was pointing out, yes, the coronavirus is the crisis that is right in front of our noses at this moment, but it really has illuminated a lot of things that have been kind of eating away at the American identity, been eating away at the American ideal for a long time. And so people will be looking to him to sort of explain how he's going to come to grips with those things as well.
Karen Tumulty is one of our guests. Also joining us this evening, Matt Viser, national political reporter, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter as well with us, and James Hohmann, of course, national political reporter. Matt, this is a perfect segue to you, who knows so much about Joe Biden's story. We actually just watched a clip of you a few moments ago. Sadly, you were not here in person, though. We're all doing the social distancing. So I'd love to hear you pick up where Karen left off in terms of what Joe Biden needs to do tonight to make his case to the American people.
I think there's a couple things that they're trying to do tonight. One is continue to talk about Biden's biography. I think, we all think we sort of know him. He's been in public life for so long. But I think they feel like they have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about his family. We'll hear from a lot of members of his family tonight, which will be quite interesting. And they really want to end this on a high note, not necessarily emotionally, but sort of a high note in the sense of unifying the party at this time. And they sort of recognize that, the next 2.5 months are going to be quite divisive for the country. So they're trying to rally all of the Democrats around them. You'll see and hear from a lot of his former Democratic primary rivals tonight. But you know, the climax is Biden's speech. You know, he's been working on that quite a bit. You know, it'll be a lengthy speech at the end, and sort of a culminating moment of his entire career that's led to this.
Well, one of the goals the Democrats are trying to achieve is show a connection between Joe Biden's biography and what he would do as president. So tonight we will hear more about his personal story, his personal tragedies, and what empathy means in his story. Let's go now to my colleague, Hannah Jewell. Hannah, we also expect to hear Joe Biden talk about his experience with bullies and his family talk about the experience of bullies that have prepared him to deal with Donald Trump. Tell us more, Hannah.
Yeah, Joe Biden has actually referred to Trump as a bully using that word in the past. He's called Trump the bully I knew my whole life and the bully I've always stood up to. It's something we also heard about in one of those pre-produced videos that the DNC showed this week of his sister, Valerie Biden Owens, his close friend as well as sister and longtime campaign manager. Not for this campaign, but previous campaigns. And it's a word that keeps coming up, so I expect that we'll hear about this again tonight. But last year, my colleague Lee Powell spoke to Valerie Biden Owens, also known as Val, to find out more about the family feeling about bullies. Let's take a look.
This is the campaign. He never ceases to amaze me. None of the campaigns were ever about Joe and about his seeking power. The campaigns were always about the other guy, the voter, the person who was looking at us. My father hated bullies. Joe hated bullies, and when you see something which needed fixing, and you were being bullied by not just physical bullying, but economic bullying and social bullying. Joe just was driven to step up to the plate and to, do something, not as the fearless leader who's going to annoy, and make everything in the world okay. But what I saw him do was give other people courage and give other people hope.
So it's worth noting that Valerie Biden Owens is one of the many women in Joe Biden's life who made it possible for him to have a political career. After his first wife and baby daughter died in that tragic accident, it was Val and her husband at the time who moved into the house with Biden, helped raise his sons, and really filled in that family gap that was left behind. The same could be said for his first and current wives too, that as he said in his memoir, in fact, that referred to them as the women that made his whole career possible and brought him to this point. So we'll see if he brings that up tonight or in fact calls Donald Trump a bully on this stage, where he'll be inside, where our reporter Annie Linsky has been writing about how strange the experience was for being one of the people in this empty convention hall, where when we were watching at home, you can hear the clapping they feed in, but for someone sitting in that hall, it actually sort of was a weird, eerie silence throughout. So the scene is very different out here, I have to say. There's music, people are dancing. This is the closest thing I've been to a party in quite some time. So I will be out there talking to people from a distance during the program, and afterwards I'll tell you what I saw. Back to you for now, Libby.
Great, thanks so much, Hannah. Sort of a low bar for all of us to be that close to a party and feel like it's a party. None of us have been anywhere for a long time. Karen Tumulty, such a different experience, obviously. You've covered so many conventions, and to hear Hannah get excited over, potentially a couple fireworks and some people driving by is a very different experience. Last night, as Kamala Harris gave her address, we saw both the vice presidential nominee as well as Joe Biden sort of doing the familiar thing to the crowds, hey you, looking around. But of course it was like a hall that only had a handful of journalists in it. What a different experience. How did you think that Kamala Harris was able to use that venue though, and use that moment to let people know who she was, and to not sort of get lost by that big hall, but try to make the connections with the camera?
Well, I have actually found that this experience, this version of a convention, it's easier to pay attention to what these speakers are actually saying when you don't have a bunch of sort of raucous, distracted people wandering around on the convention floor. For instance, I could not have imagined President Obama giving the speech that he gave last night to a full convention full of delegates. And certainly I couldn't have imagined the speech that Michelle Obama gave on Monday night to that as well. I think that this format, as weird as it is at the end when you're waving at empty spaces, I think the actual message that you are trying to deliver to this big audience across the country comes through much clearer than it does in a normal convention. Of course, we're hearing that the audiences are smaller, maybe it won't have an impact. But to me, the delivery of the message has just felt much more effective.
Karen, I want to bring James Hohmann into this because, James, something that is not new, but it's ever evolving is clipping of videos and sharing them and sort of having these viral video moments. So even if people aren't sitting through all 2 hours every night or all 4 nights, they certainly may be getting in their feed, their social media feed, moments of this, excerpts from the speeches or even entire speeches themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there was something for everyone in each of these 2-hour programs. So, I think that the little video of the 11-year-old girl, Estella, talking about her mom getting deported and her dad a decorated Marine, I think that went viral today in the Latino community, accomplishing what the Biden campaign wanted and amplifying beyond the people who watched programming from 9 to 11 last night. Same thing with the conversation about gun control and Gabby Giffords and the climate change and Michelle Lujan Grisham. And so I do think kind of the way that they've set up the programming, which is kind of in some ways kind of a rapid fire 2 hours. It's hard to, get up. You have to pay attention the whole time because it goes kind of fast. But it is designed to be very clippable. And so the numbers are definitely down some, not as much as convention organizers say they expected. It's hard to know if that's been, but there obviously had been a couple viral moments. Last night, Kamala Harris used the Tamil word for auntie, chitty, and that went super viral in like the Indian American social media world, and there's a lot of excitement that she would be the first Indian American in the White House. And so I do think that is obviously every cycle there's still viral moments if you had 20,000 people in an arena, but it is definitely, the programming is designed to create more of those moments because of the unconventional convention.
Rhonda Colvin, other memorable moments last night from Kamala Harris's speech, including how she talked about her own story or perhaps how she talked about the person who's currently in the White House.
I think what struck me the most is how much time she spent talking about her multiculturalism, her growing up, also her home right now. She's married to a man of Jewish heritage. She talked about it at length. She didn't shy away from it. She didn't just, tap on it and move on to other things. And I was thinking while I was watching that back to President Obama's first run for president when he was running against John McCain. His aides and strategists felt that race shouldn't be injected into the discussion. They were very careful about their messaging about race. So I was thinking about that, and now seeing Kamala Harris spend several minutes talking about race and how proud she is to be the person she is. I think that was a historic moment as well. It shows where we are as a country right now, that a candidate for vice president who has such a background can talk about it openly, and it's seen as an asset and not something to try to strategize around.
Rhonda, there's been a lot of appeals to a broad swath of America this week, trying to show the diversity within the Democratic Party. What about the platform? What about the issues? Same diversity there?
I think so. I think they've done a good job, I guess, talking about the plans for health care, and they've shown many different people, different walks of life when they discuss a health care issue, when they discuss police reform. You see people of all different walks of life. I think the Democrats this week have done an effective job showing how they are this party of inclusion, and that's really going to be in stark contrast to what we see next week. I mean, it is factual that the Republican Party does not have the same type of support among the young and among people of color, so that's definitely going to be something different for next week as well.
Rhonda Colvin, let's turn now to Karen Tumulty to bring her into this conversation. Karen, as someone who's covered a lot of conventions, how much emphasis is there on sort of the platform on the convention nights? Of course, platform has talked a lot about, and a lot of the meetings and a lot of the daytime, the lifts or the spade work of a convention. But is it usually part of the big speeches, the big moments?
No, it's really not. I mean, most people never learn what is in the platform. Very often, the platform is usually a negotiation where you are throwing some bones to people who lost in the primaries to sort of bring them along, make them feel that they are included. But the truth is that the candidate and the party can just ignore the platform, and they do. I mean, a lot of the things that were in the Republican platform in 2016, Donald Trump completely ignored. So you do have this whole process going into the convention. But I think once you're done with the convention, nobody ever holds up the platform 6 months later and says, wait, you're violating Article 3, Section B, so it really doesn't matter in the long run.
Well, a lot is on the line, of course, in this election. The Oval Office is far from the only office affecting voters' lives. So let's turn to Joyce Koh, who's outside of the White House. Joyce, what will this election mean for the races that are down the ballot?
Well, Libby, an election year like this only comes around once every 20 years when the presidential race coincides with congressional redistricting. And who draws those redistricting lines? It's in most cases state legislatures. When new lines are drawn, it determines what congressional district you are in. And politically speaking, that district can look more red or more blue depending on which state lawmakers you're voting into office to make those decisions. The census right now is something that we're going through, and apportionment happens after that, which is when the census is used to determine how many U.S. House seats every state will be getting. So this is hugely consequential and something that both Republican and Democratic operatives have been working tirelessly to pool one side to the other. And we're really looking to voters to not just vote for the president next year, but really make a decision on which state lawmakers will be redrawing these district lines, because these lines are not, they don't change every year. They stay in place for the next 10 years, really being key to who gets political power for the next decade or so. Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce Koh. You're seeing there the Chase Center, the outside of that, where Joe Biden will be speaking later on this evening, and DNC playing like a greatest hits reel of the week so far. Of course, it all begins fresh tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, and we will bring it all to you live and uninterrupted. There's a big night ahead among the speakers: Cory Booker, Mike Bloomberg, Pete Buttigieg, Andrew Yang, and of course, Joe Biden. Stay with us.
Business moves forward. We're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
Welcome back to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. In just a few minutes, the final night of the Democratic National Convention will begin. Among the speakers, we'll hear from Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, someone who has come on the national scene more and more as her city has been dealing with coronavirus. We'll also hear from other emerging leaders in the Democratic Party and presidential nominee Joe Biden. You can see there the outside of the Chase Center, as well as a highlights reel that the DNC has put together about this week. Let's go back to Matt Viser, who's been covering the Biden campaign. Matt, what are the speechwriters doing, and what is Joe Biden's team doing to help him prepare for tonight? How do you give an address inside a convention center, as we saw Kamala Harris do last night, to a pretty sparse crowd without those, those big moments of cheering and whooping and applause?
I think if you're a Joe Biden speechwriter, a lot of times you're holding your breath. Biden is kind of notorious for going off script. I think tonight they'll be able to keep him a little bit more on the teleprompter. And I spoke with one of his speechwriters about a week ago, and one of the things that was in their head was, as you pointed out, is how to write a speech for this most unique of circumstances. And one of the things they were talking about was you can't really have applause lines. Biden oftentimes feeds off of crowds. and sometimes that's what drives him off script, is that he's sensing the crowd wanting to go in another direction. And so he'll tell a story and kind of go off the rails sometimes. And sometimes it's a better moment than his speechwriters had scripted. But tonight there won't be any applause. There's no applause lines. And they're sort of trying to have this mix of like the sober mood of the country combined with sort of this sense of triumph personally and politically for him. And I think the way that he works is with a large team of speechwriters. He has one person who tends to write things down, but he works with people who've been with him for decades, and his sister Val reviews them. Mike Donnellan, who's been with him for a long time, reviews them. So it's sort of a team effort to come up with the speech, but he's really editing it right up until the moment. Sometimes the words are coming out of his mouth, but he's kind of editing it, going over it time and time again right before he takes the stage.
We're seeing, Matt, the preparations for this. You've got the DNC chair, Tom Perez, there in the box, as well as the outside of the Chase Center. Matt, I want to talk to you more in just a moment about what we can be expecting tonight. But first, let's check in with Hannah Jewell, who's live in Wilmington outside of the Chase Center. Hannah?
That's what has allowed us.
Hi, Libby. I'm so excited to be here with a member of the public. I'm talking to another human being, and it's all a reporter wants in this life. Hopefully we can hear her over Tom Perez, but this is Lori, and she has a story about how she first met Joe Biden.
I was 16. I was down at the Senate, and I was singing with my high school from Christiana, Newark, Delaware, and Joe came up to me afterwards and said, "You sing like a whippoorwill," and so it was just, very, very nice, and he's like a favorite son. We were also excited to meet him at the time. He had just lost his wife, and he had the 2 boys. It was a long time ago. But around here, he's the kind of guy that will just come up. My son saw him at the movie theater right after Trump had won the election. So he'll just come up and say hi and take pictures with you and just be, I'm just really excited to have him running.
We're fighting against JFK now, it sounds like. But tell me why you decided to come out here tonight to the tailgate for Joe Biden.
Oh my goodness, I was invited and I was so excited. I've been watching the DNC the whole week. I had run to be a delegate for the DNC from Delaware, and I'm just like, I'm bursting to be here and be outside. I haven't been around this many people for 6 months, so it's amazing.
Good thing we have our masks on, though. That's good. Do you think that Biden can win in November?
Oh God, I sure hope so. I hope so. I think he can. If anybody can, I think he's the only person that can, especially now that he has Kamala Harris as his running mate. I think that makes it a better choice, even better choice.
What is it that you like about Kamala Harris?
I think that she represents women. We haven't had a women president. I'm sorry, this is a new mask.
Adjust the mask. They're uncomfortable. But
new mask. I had my SpongeBob on. We haven't had a woman and a woman of color, and at this time with BLM, I really think it's important that we have some women represented and different races represented. And I also like the fact that she has such a history with the Department of Justice and being a district attorney. I think that she'll help with the justice problem that we have right now for Black lives.
So what are you going to do if and when Joe Biden comes out on the stage behind us?
I am going to honk my horn and scream. I'm going to scream and jump up and down and everything I can.
Will you give us a preview of that?
I will.
Right. This is my entire social life, Libby. I'm so thrilled. All right, back to you for now.
Hannah Jewell, thank you so much. And you certainly heard a lot of audio out there because they're piping that sound in from the convention center and from the convention outside there to that parking lot where Hannah's been. Karen Tumulty, we would have seen a lot of interviews just like that. Were this a normal, typical convention or not this unconventional convention? So it's very familiar to hear that. How do you translate that excitement to the average American viewer of this convention right now?
Well, I think that is a big challenge right now for the Democrats, is to turn this convention, Libby, into an organizing event. I do think there are people across the country that are watching this, and they need to somehow make a connection with them. Whether it's, how many times a night do you hear them repeat that number that you should text? Because they really want to use this event to form a connection that they can use to sort of keep people mobilized going right into Election Day. And the Kamala Harris, it's been much remarked upon how much money has been raised since she was named. But what was, in my opinion, more important were the number of very small first-time donors to this campaign who basically, you write a check for $20 or $30 or $40, and that means that you are invested, you are connected to this campaign, and they need to make sure that they actually sort of like sustain those connections and build on them, I think.
Let's go to James Hohmann briefly for more on this question of the enthusiasm level among Democrats versus the enthusiasm level right now among Trump supporters, Republicans.
Yeah, the polls show that the Trump supporters are more enthusiastic, but the Biden supporters are motivated by their dislike for Trump. I think part of this week is getting people excited about Biden, maybe not as excited as the woman Hannah just talked to, which the Biden campaign would love. But the goal is to give people a reason to vote for Biden, not just against Trump.
Matt Viser, what should we be listening for tonight? Give us a sense of, some of the themes that we expect to hear from Joe Biden, but then also just the attitude. You gave us a preview a little while ago about how they have to really strike this balance between sobriety but also enthusiasm. It's not an easy mark, especially in this really challenging time for the country.
I'm interested in sort of Joe Biden at the culmination of tonight. You've had 3 days of hearing about him, his biography, what a decent man he is. I think tonight is the night that they need to sort of connect that to what he'll do for voters. We've heard a little bit of policy throughout the past couple of nights, but the question is sort of whether being decent is enough. And so I think what we can listen for from Biden is sort of how he'll meet this moment in the country and in his own life to address kind of the culmination of his career, but also charting sort of how they view the next 2.5, 3 months before Election Day and sort of what vision they want to leave voters with. This is the last kind of big moment before the debates that they have kind of all of the attention of the country and before it turns to President Trump and the Republicans next week. So how do they kind of really close that deal after these first 4 nights of their chance to present their case to the country?
Rhonda Colvin, who else should we be listening for and watching for tonight?
Well, the 2020 candidates who ran against him in the primary season, they are going to come together and do a segment, and they're going to talk about how fit he is for this role. And these were his former competitors. So that might also be a moment to watch, too, during the end of the evening. And just to add on some of the comments that my colleagues just said, I think in Biden's speech, the fact that it is going to be a teleprompter and not his standard, a folksy talk to people who are asking questions and engaging with him, I think that could potentially work in his favor. He might appear presidential by giving a speech, a very straightforward speech, and I think that might also be something to look for.
Karen Tumulty, what will you be listening for tonight? What do you want us to tune our ears to?
Well, building on everything Rhonda said, but on top of that, one of the main attacks that we keep hearing from the Republicans and specifically from Trump is that Biden's lost a step. He's not who he used to be. He would be the oldest president we have ever had by a pretty long shot. And we've currently got the oldest president we've ever had. So I think that as much as anything, too, that people are going to be watching to see how does this guy look? Does he look like he could handle the job physically, mentally for the next 4 years? And so he's going to be having to perform perfectly, perform at his very best on so many levels. He's going to have to have the poetry, he's going to have the prose, and he's going to have the presence.
Karen, we have just about a minute left, but I'd love for you to talk about the Biden family and the importance of hearing from them tonight. It
is a family that has been forged together by by so much sorrow, by so many things. It would have just destroyed so many people. And I thought Jill Biden there was a lovely line in her speech about how Joe Biden could pull the country together like he pulled the family together. And so I think that you are likely to hear that theme again, because it's really a very moving one.
Final thoughts from Matt Viser. Let's go to you, Matt. You know, this does seem to be, the Bidens would like us to believe, the Biden campaign, the moment for this man. In 20 seconds, is this just the moment for this person in their eyes?
It's also the moment has kind of, it's arrived at Biden's doorstep. Whether Biden has been the wrong man in past campaigns and now they think he's the right one. Circumstances have aligned with his experience and his empathy, kind of meeting a moment in the country that they think is searching for empathy and for somebody with experience.
Matt Viser, thank you so much. Thanks to all of our colleagues for joining us. Stay with us for after tonight's events with the Washington Post. We'll see you at 11 o'clock. Thank you for watching.
America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It gives hope. In this nation, we believe in honesty, decency, treating everyone with respect, giving everyone a fair shot, leaving nobody behind, giving hate no safe harbor, leading by the power of our example, not by the example of our power. That's allowed us to stand as a beacon to the world, being part of something bigger than ourselves. It's a code. It's a uniquely American code. The most powerful idea in the history of the world. The American creed, that we're all created equal, I think beats in the heart of the people of this country.
This time next year, I hope the virus is in check and the American spirit is unleashed, and that we're not fearing, but hoping again.
Unity in our country. This is what I hope to see next year.
I hope we've chosen community over chaos. We've chosen unity over division, and we've chosen love over hate.
I believe that America will have faced its darkest moment and will have come out better.
America will be coming together, not splintering apart.
No more pain.
This time next year, I hope that we will have a government that is accountable to us, that guarantees health care as a human right.
The promise of America will be restored for all our communities, all our families, for all of us. And when I say all of us, quiero decir todas nuestras familias.
I am confident that this time next year, we will have a president who provides this country with real leadership, not just tweets.
This time next year, I hope we are listening less to the Russians and more to Dr. Fauci.
I hope we all get back to work.
There'll be 2 Americans who I will be happy to say are unemployed: Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump.
This time next year, I hope that all Americans, whether they are Democrats or independents or Republicans, will be proud of their president, will be proud of their vice president.
And that our recovery is truly people up, families up, and communities up.
That people believe they have a government that is working for them, that's out there every day doing its best for them.
I want to see a president of the United States who can look a trans woman in the eye and tell her her rights are worth protecting.
I hope America has a president who champions the rights of all young women and girls.
This time next year, I want a president who understands what military families need.
Who cares about the rights and lives of disabled people.
We'll care about our environment again.
We'll have passed comprehensive immigration reform.
I hope we have a president who honors treaty rights and tribal sovereignty.
A year from now, I want to see the kids playing on the playground.
I take pride in my job and helping our customers. But next year, I want to do it without wearing a mask or gloves.
I hope that we are all celebrating landmark legislation that the Biden-Harris administration have shepherded through Congress and signed into law.
This time next year, parents will again be able to look forward to the day where we can send our children to school without fear of gun violence.
This time next year.
This time next
This time next year.
This time next year.
I hope that this country realizes that we have, in fact, reclaimed the soul of America.
This time next year, I hope and pray that America will have restored democracy to the world.
We recommit ourselves to come together, one nation, under God.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time next year, I want to see Joe Biden in the Oval Office.
Hello, America. I'm Andrew Yang. You might know me as the guy who ran for president talking about math and the future. Unfortunately for all of us, that future is now. The pandemic has accelerated everything. If you're like me and my wife, Evelyn, you don't know if your child's school is going to reopen this fall. 72% of Americans believe that this is the worst time we have ever experienced. And 42% of the jobs that have been lost, millions of jobs, will never return. We are in a deep, dark hole, and we need leaders who will help us dig out. I know many politicians promise and then fail to deliver. If you voted for Trump or didn't vote at all back in 2016, I get it. Many of us have gotten tired of our leaders seeming far removed from our everyday lives, and we despair that our government will ever rise to the challenges of our time. But we must give this country, our country, a chance to recover. And recovery is only possible with a change of leadership and new ideas. Bold and innovative policies that will get help into your hands in the midst of this crisis are now possible. But we need your help to turn the page for our country in 75 days. We are here tonight to celebrate Joe Biden's nomination as the Democratic candidate for president. I have gotten to know both Joe and Kamala on the trail over the past year. The way you really get to know a person when the cameras are off, the crowds are gone, it's just you and them. They're real people. They understand the problems we face. They are parents and patriots who want the best for us and our country. And if we give them the chance, they will fight for us and our families every single day. Our future is now, and it is daunting. But I ask you tonight to join me to help Joe and Kamala fight for the promise of America, turn the page for our country, and lead us forward to a future we'll actually be proud to leave to our children. And now I'd like to turn it over to a great Democrat who will be with us throughout the evening. Between the two of us, we have 11 Emmys. How's that for math? One of my favorite actresses, Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Hey, Julia.
Hi, Andrew. I'm so glad to see you. So what did you think about Kamala Harris's speech last night?
It was tremendous. I was so happy for her.
I know, me too. She was fabulous. I cannot wait to see her debate our current Vice President, Mika Pence. Or is it Paints?
It's pronounced Ponce, I believe.
Oh, some kind of weird foreign name?
Yeah, not very American sounding.
Yeah, that's what people are saying, strongly. Well, thank you, Andrew, and please give my regards to the gang.
I will. They're right in the next room. Have a great night, Julia.
Thank you so much. Good evening, America, and welcome to the fourth night of the 2020 Democratic National Convention, Uniting America. Okay, these last few nights have been going so well, we've decided to add a fifth night where we will just play Michelle Obama's speech on a loop. I first met Joe Biden when I was doing my show, Veep. I played the vice president, and he was, in fact, the vice president, and we hit it off immediately. Soon after, I was asked to be on the cover of a magazine. Remember those? And I was so excited. It was like, oh, what's it going to be? People or Vogue or Rolling Stone? Well, it turns out it was for Arrive, the official onboard magazine of Amtrak, which nobody ever reads, even though it's free. And the day it came out, my phone rang, and it was the vice president telling me he loved the cover and the whole article, and that it was one of the best issues of Arrive he had ever read. And that is just one of the many reasons that I wanted to be here tonight for Joe. And to remind you that Joe Biden not only knows how to read, but also he reads everything. You know, I am no policy expert, and I certainly don't pretend to be one, but I have a gut feeling about fairness and what's right, and that is why I am so excited that just in a little while we're going to hear from Joe Biden about his plans for America, plans for a strong economy that helps working people and small businesses, not just billionaires, and plans to raise the wages for the nurses and teachers and grocery workers that are getting us through this crisis. God love them. So, how can you help Joe? It's super simple. Vote. Right now, you can text VOTE to 30330 to learn about all of your voting options and make the best plan for how to vote in your community, wherever you are. An easy way to remember 30330 is that's the year Donald Trump will finally release his tax returns. If we all vote, there is nothing Facebook, Fox News, and Vladimir Putin can do to stop us. But first, let's reaffirm the all-American values that our party and Joe Biden stand for.
This time, do it while you're smiling, okay? All right, ready? And action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Awesome. Cutting. He needs an agent.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good evening. I'm Sister Simone Campbell, Executive Director of Network and leader of Nuns on the Bus. Tonight marks an important next chapter in our story of who we will become as a nation. So I speak to you with a sense of urgency and hope, knowing the difficult work ahead, but grounded in my faith. The very first paragraph of the scripture that informs the three Abrahamic traditions tells us the divine spirit breathed over the waters of chaos and brought forth a new creation. Encouraged by this promise that a new creation can come from chaos, let us pray. O divine spirit, during the weeks and months ahead, stir our hearts and minds that we might fight for a vision that is worthy of you and your call to honor the dignity of all of your creation. A vision of who we are as a people grounded in community and care for all, especially the most marginalized. A vision that cares for our earth and heals the planet. A vision that ends structural racism, bigotry, and sexism so rife now in our nation and in our history. A vision that ensures hungry people are fed, children are nourished, immigrants are welcomed. O Spirit, breathe in us and our leaders a new resolve that, committed to this new American promise, we will work together to build a national community grounded in healing, fearlessly based on truth, and living out of a sense of shared responsibility. In the name of all that is holy, oh Spirit, bring out of this time of global and national chaos a new creation, a new community that can, with your help, realize this new promise that we affirm tonight. And so, with profound hope, let we, the people, say, Amen.
Thank you, Sister Simone. People of faith have long led change, from abolition and women's suffrage to the labor movement and the struggle for civil rights. Joe Biden will continue that progressive march towards justice. Inspired by respect for the dignity of all people, people Joe believes were made in the image of God. Joe learned that from his parents and the nuns and priests right here in Delaware who taught him and inspired in him a passion for justice. I'm Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, and I want to tell you about my friend, Joe Biden. His faith is strong, and it's personal and private. For Joe, faith isn't a prop or a political tool. I've known Joe about 30 years, and I've seen his faith in action. Joe knows the power of prayer, and I've seen him in moments of joy and triumph, of loss and despair, turn to God for strength. Joe's comforted me in my toughest moments, as he has so many others. I'll never forget how Joe took the time to offer me words of comfort as my father lay in hospice. Time and again, I've seen him stop everything and listen, really listen, to someone who needs a shoulder to cry on or a partner in prayer. That compassion, that empathy is part of his character. More than anything, Joe's a man of faith and conscience. He'll be a president for Americans of all faiths, as well as people of conscience who practice no particular faith. Joe's faith is really about our future, about a world with less suffering and more justice, where we're better stewards of creation, where we have a more just immigration policy, and where we call out and confront the original sins of this nation, the sins of slavery and racism. Joe knows these are central issues in this election, and for him, they're rooted in faith. Joe knows that it's faith that sustains so many ordinary Americans who do extraordinary things. Nurses who brave infection, firefighters who run into burning buildings, teachers working overtime, especially now. They all deserve a servant leader who knows the dignity of work, who sees them, respects them, fights for them. We need a president who brings people of all faiths together to tackle our challenges, rebuild our country, and restore our humanity. Someone who knows we're called to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. Joe Biden will be that president. Joe's always known this race is a battle for the soul of our country, and he's right. Joe believes. He believes in both the greatness and the goodness of this country. He believes in us and in what we can do together.
My question is, what is your faith, and how would you use your faith in making decisions for our nation?
Well, Reverend, I kind of know what it's like to lose family. And my heart goes out to you. If you may remember, after Barack and Michelle and I were there, and my family, I came back on that Sunday, the regular service, because I had just lost my son. And I wanted some hope, because what you all did was astounding. I don't know if you all know this. All those who died were killed by this white supremacist. They forgave him. They forgave him. The ultimate act of Christian charity. They forgave him. And you know, Reverend, I'm not proselytizing. I happen to be a practicing Catholic. But I went back to the church because I found, particularly, the black church. In this case, it was an AME. It was not an Episcopal church. I found that there's that famous phrase from Kierkegaard, faith sees best in the dark. I find the one thing it gives me, and I'm not trying to proselytize, I'm not trying to convince you to share my religious views. But for me, it's important because it gives me some reason to have hope and purpose.
Just remember, Joe Biden goes to church so regularly that he doesn't even need tear gas and a bunch of federalized troops to help him get there. No one fought harder for your right to vote than John Lewis. Here to speak about him and his legacy, we have one of our great mayors, Atlanta's Keisha Lance Bottoms. Mayor Bottoms, hello. I know that you're recovering from the coronavirus. How are you feeling?
Well, good evening. I feel really good. Thank you for asking. My husband, on the other hand, is still having many of the lingering side effects that people talk about, but all in all, our family's doing great.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, but boy, I think a lot of Americans are going to be dealing with that for a long time. Hey, Mayor, I wanted to ask you something. Is Atlanta ready for Election Day?
We will be ready. And we are going to do everything that we can to make sure that voting goes smoothly. But we are encouraging people, if you can vote early in your state, to please do so. Early vote during the early vote.
Perfect. Excellent advice. Over 40 states now allow some form of early voting. Okay, stay safe, Mayor, and I turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Julia. And good evening. I'm Keisha Lance Bottoms, a mother of 4 and mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, cradle of the civil rights movement, and like so many other cities, a place where the struggle for human dignity continues. I'm proud to have grown up in this city, educated in its public schools, and blessed to have known our hometown heroes like Dr. Joseph Lowery, Dr. C.T. Vivian, and our teacher, our friend, our conscience, our congressman, John Lewis. He walked gently amongst us, not as a distant icon, but as a God-fearing man who did what he could to fulfill the as yet unfulfilled promise of America. People often think that they can't make a difference, like our civil rights icons. But every person in the movement mattered. Those who made the sandwiches, swept the church floors, stuffed the envelopes. They too changed America, and so can we. The baton has now been passed to each of us. We've cried out for justice. We have gathered in our streets to demand change. And now we must pass on the gift John Lewis sacrificed to give us. We must register and we must vote. In his parting essay written to us, Congressman Lewis expressed his pride in the activism that has swept our country. And he reminded us that if we fail to exercise our right to vote, we can lose it. There are those who are disgracefully using this pandemic to spread misinformation and interfere with voting, forcing many in 2020 to still risk their lives to exercise their sacred right to vote, a right that has already been paid for with the blood, sweat, tears, and lives of so many. So let's stand up for our children, our children's children, and for this great democracy that our ancestors worked to build, and let's vote. And let's organize to get others to vote with us. You can help make this happen by texting VOTE to 30330. We know how important it is that we elect real leaders like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, people of honor and integrity who hold justice close to their hearts and believe that the lives of my 4 Black children matter. In the words of womanist poet Audre Lorde, your silence will not protect you. Congressman Lewis would not be silenced, and neither can we. We cannot wait for some other time, some other place, some other heroes. We must be the heroes of our generation because we too are America. Our votes can be our voice.
Was something deep down within me, moving me, that I could no longer be satisfied or go along with an evil system.
Life was extremely dangerous when we were growing up. John Lewis had the respect of everybody because he was the one who demonstrated the most courage. He'd been beaten and knocked down and get up and go to find another battle. John was focused on ending voter suppression, and it wasn't that he was a great orator, it's that he was a great spirit. The power of spirituality and humility, and the willingness to suffer rather than to inflict suffering.
One of the things that John has taught us is that, yeah, you may have to sacrifice, but if you're sacrificing for a cause, something bigger than you, and you really believe in it, then you will have people following you.
If we do not get meaningful legislation out of this Congress, we will march through the South, through the streets of Jackson, through the streets of Danville, through the streets of Cambridge, through the streets of Birmingham.
I think he is the singular figure that has tried to carry out the work of our nonviolent campaigns into the halls of Congress.
From day one, John Lewis was a role model for the members of Congress, whether they were freshmen or here a long time, because he brought with him a kind of heft, a weightiness of purpose.
I got arrested a few times during the 60s. 40 times. And since I've been in Congress, another 5 times. The means by which we struggle must be consistent with the end we seek.
Someone who has navigated thorny issues of policy, not by castigating alone, but by also encouraging people to be better than they think they can be.
Today, we are considering a fair housing measure which not only protects our nation's minorities, but it protects the needs of those with disabilities and families with children. How long do we have to wait before we decide to ban assault weapons? We have another opportunity to bring more of our citizens into political participation. I have on my marching shoes. That's right. I'm fired up. I'm ready to march.
And all of these decades later, while he and others of his generation achieved much, we're still fighting against police brutality and fighting for our voting rights. And so we best honor him by continuing to fight the good fights that he fought, by staying in good trouble.
We will create a beloved community. We will redeem the soul of America. As a nation and as a people, we will get there.
Climb to the mountain top, and one day we'll win together. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. it will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory, glory, glory. Oh, glory, glory. Hands to the heavens, no man, no weapon formed against, yes, glory is destined. Everyday women and men become legends. Sins that go against our skin become blessings. The movement is a rhythm to us. Freedom is like religion to us. Justice is juxtaposition in us. Justice for all just ain't specific enough. One son died, his spirit is revisiting us. True and living in us. Resistance is us. That's why Rosa sat on the bus. That's why we walk through America with our hands up. When it go down, we woman and man up. They say stay down, and we stand up. Shots we on the ground, the camera panned up. King pointed to the mountaintop, and we ran up. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory. Glory. Oh. Now the war is not over, victory isn't won, but we'll fight on to the finish. Then when it's all done, we'll cry glory, oh glory, oh glory. We'll cry glory, oh glory, oh. Salmons now for every man, woman, and child. Even Jesus got his crown in front of a crowd. They march with the torch, we gon' run with it now. Never look back, we done gone hundreds of miles. From dark roads, heroes, to become a hero. Facing the League of Justice, power was the people. Enemy is lethal, a king became regal. Saw the face of Jim Crow under a bald ego. The biggest weapon is to stay peaceful. We sing, our music is the cuts that we bleed through. Somewhere in a dream we had an epiphany. Now we right the wrongs in history. No one can win a war individually. It takes the wisdom of the elders, young people's energy. Welcome to the story we call victory. The coming of the Lord, my eyes have seen the glory. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It's ours. It will be ours. Yeah, John. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. So sure, we will be sure. So sure to the world. Lord, God be the glory. Oh, yeah, yeah. Glory. Oh, glory. 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 When the war is won, glory. When it's all said and done, glory. We'll cry glory. Glory. Oh, glory.
Wow, that was so beautiful, John and Common. Wow. Joe Biden shares John Lewis's belief that every vote matters. Personally, I plan to follow the example of 6 current cabinet members, Vice President Pence and President Trump himself, and vote by mail. To find out everything you need to know about mail-in ballots, your polling place, or even just, am I registered? Text VOTE to 30330. 30330. That would be the president's golf score if he didn't cheat. Okay, look, I'll admit that was a little nasty, but we all know he's a cheater. And I'm proud to be a nasty, nasty woman. You know, when Donald Trump spoke at his inauguration about American carnage, I assumed that was something he was against, not a campaign promise. What we need now is great leadership, someone experienced and hardworking and intelligent, someone who understands the soul of the American people.
I'm historian Jon Meacham. In his final Sunday sermon, days before his death, Martin Luther King Jr. said, "We are tied together in the single garment of destiny. This is the way God's universe is made. This is the way it is structured. A single garment of destiny. We, the people, cannot escape that reality. Nor, as Lincoln taught us, can you and I escape history. And we shouldn't want to, for many of us have been given much: liberty, opportunity, a sense of possibility. The task of our time is to make sure those gifts are available not just to folks who look like me, but to all of us. This is a grave moment in America. A deadly virus is ravaging us. Our jobs are evaporating. Our faith in the things that bind us together is fraying, for our democracy is under assault from an incumbent more interested in himself than he is in the rest of us. Extremism, nativism, isolationism, and a lack of economic opportunity for working people are all preventing us from realizing our nation's promise. And so we must decide whether we will continue to be prisoners of the darkest of American forces, or will we free ourselves to write a brighter, better, nobler story. That's the issue of this election, a choice that goes straight to the nature of the soul of America. Humankind has long viewed the soul as the vital center, the core, the essence of existence. The soul is what makes us, us. In its finest hours, America's soul has been animated by the proposition that we are all created equal, and by the imperative to ensure that we are treated equally. Yet America is a mix of light and shadow. Seneca Falls and Selma and Stonewall dwell in the American soul, but so do the impulses that have given us slavery, segregation, and systemic discrimination. Often, we'd prefer to hear the trumpets rather than face the tragedies. But an honest accounting of who we've been can enable us to see who we should be. A country driven by the best parts of our soul, not by the worst. A country informed by reason and candor, not by ego and lies. A country that's big-hearted, not narrow-minded. The struggle to be who we ought to be is difficult, demanding, and ongoing. Justice can be elusive, and change in America has been painful and provisional. The Civil War led to segregation, the New Deal to right-wing reaction, civil rights to white backlash. Yet history, which will surely be our judge, can also be our guide. From Harriet Tubman to Alice Paul to John Lewis, from the beaches of Normandy to the rending of the Iron Curtain, our story has soared when we've built bridges, not walls, when we've lent a hand, not when we've pointed fingers, when we've hoped, not feared. If we live in hope, we open our souls to the power of love. We've been taught to love our neighbors as ourselves. As individuals and as a nation, however, we fail at following that commandment more often than we succeed. But when we fail, we must try again and again and again, for only in trial is progress possible. From Jamestown forward, our story has become fuller and fairer because of people who share a conviction that Dr. King articulated on that Sunday half a century ago. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Bending that arc requires all of us. It requires we the people, and it requires a President of the United States with empathy, grace, a big heart, and an open mind. Joe Biden will be such a president. With our voices and our votes, let us now write the next chapter of the American story, one of hope, of love, of justice. If we do so, we might just save our country and our souls.
Good evening. I'm Congresswoman Deb Haaland. I'm grateful to be with you here on Indigenous land. The promise of this country is older than our Constitution. Over 500 years ago, thousands of Indian tribes were vibrant, democratic societies with rich cultures and traditions in communities that had sustained them for millennia on lands they loved and respected. My people, the Pueblo Indians, migrated to the Rio Grande Valley in the late 1200s to escape droughts. We were led to the great river and its tributaries, where we established an agricultural tradition that continues to this day. My people survived centuries of slavery, genocide, and brutal assimilation policies, but throughout our past, tribal nations have fought for and helped build this country. There were those like my Laguna grandparents who worked on our country's railroad, and those like my mother, a Navy veteran who served this country with honor. I stand here today, a proud 35th generation New Mexican and one of the first Native American women ever elected to Congress. I'm a symbol of our resilience as the embodiment of America's progress as a nation. I know we can't take our democracy for granted, especially now as people are dying, as our land is abused, as our Constitution is under attack. We must work for it by getting involved, by registering voters, by voting. Voting is sacred. My people know that. We weren't universally granted the right to vote until 1962, and that fundamental right is more important than ever. Whether your ancestors have been here for hundreds of years or you're a new citizen, know this: whether we vote and how we vote will determine if our nation's promise of social, racial, and environmental justice will outlast us. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris respect our past and understand our present. They will see us through this crisis of leadership that is plaguing our country, and they will help us to build a better future. Thank you.
The first year that I voted was 1974.
1967. I have not missed a general or a primary election in my 51-year voting history.
Now I don't go to the polls anymore. The U.S. Postal Service does it for me.
And now we're seeing our current president sabotage our right to vote, sabotaging democracy by trying to undo the postal system. My father worked for the Postal Service for 30 years.
My mother worked for that local post office for 10 years. That job enabled her to feed her family.
I am appalled at what the Republicans and the president are trying to do to subvert the vote.
Nothing or no one will stop me from voting this election.
We need to keep our mail system. We need Joe Biden.
Where are they going? Where are these ballots going? Who's getting them? Who is not getting them? A little section that's Republican. Will they be stolen from mailboxes as they get put in by the mailman? Will they be taken from the mailmen and the mailwomen? Will they be forged? Who is signing them? Who's signing them? What, are they signed at a kitchen table and sent in? Will they be counterfeited by groups inside our nation? Will they be counterfeited, maybe by the millions, by foreign powers?
Let me put this in my own words. I've heard Donald Trump say some pretty unhinged things. I've heard them over and over and over again. But nothing is more dangerous to our democracy than his attacks on mail-in voting during a pandemic. Okay, here's the truth. Donald Trump doesn't want any of us to vote because he knows he can't win fair and square. So whether you plan to vote by mail or in person wearing your mask, it is your vote and it's your right. Don't let Donald Trump take that away from you. For accurate, up-to-date voting information that you can trust, text VOTE to 30330. One more time, text VOTE to 30330.
I'm Alex Padilla, California Secretary of State.
And I'm Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State of Michigan.
Voting is the oxygen of our democracy. It decides elections, and elections change lives. That's why we've seen so many attacks on our right to vote, including many that specifically target working families, young people, and communities of color.
Secretaries of State are responsible for running fair, accessible, secure elections where every vote is counted and every voice is heard. We serve on the front lines defending our democracy against any and all attacks, foreign and domestic.
So let's talk about this election. Despite what he says, Donald Trump can't cancel it. But he and Republicans are making it too hard for so many to cast their ballots. And now he's attacking vote by mail to distract and confuse voters.
And let's be clear, there is absolutely zero difference between voting by mail and voting absentee. Millions of Americans have been voting absentee for decades. Donald Trump, his family, his staff, they all vote by mail. In fact, in states like Colorado, Utah, and Oregon, voters have been voting by mail for years. Republicans and Democrats agree it is safe.
But now Trump has admitted he's trying to sabotage the post office to undermine voting by mail. And we're not going to let him do that. Our job is to make sure everyone can vote safely, whether in person or by mail. And your job is to make sure you vote.
And there's more. Once you've done that, talk to your friends and neighbors. Spread the word. Tell everyone you know to text VOTE to 30330 for more voting options. If you're planning to vote from home, request and return your ballot early. And remind everyone you know to make a plan to vote.
Don't let anyone keep you from exercising your most sacred right. Make your plan to vote. Grab your mask and head to the polls the first day they're open. Or request your ballot and send it in right away. And know this, election results may take a little longer this year, but Democrats will fight to make sure your ballot is counted.
Because at the end of the day, the biggest role in preserving our democracy isn't ours, it's yours.
Our family has a crazy history with America, and it all starts with it being a beacon for immigrants. It's really cool being like part Polish and part Puerto Rican and also part Black, because I get to, for me personally, I get to be this like melting pot of America.
If you were an immigrant back then, come from an immigrant family, the Democrats brought you in. We are in danger of losing the meaning of this country.
Every generation before us has had to fight for what they believe in, and it's just our turn now.
I was so proud when I saw the demonstrations that were going on across the country.
This year's election means a lot to me because I feel like our generation is so motivated right now to make a difference. There's a lot of changes that we have to make, and I'm counting on Joe Biden and I believe in him.
I'm here because a union job lifted my family out of poverty and into the middle class. My grandfather left the Jim Crow South for Detroit, joined the UAW, and got a job on the assembly lines during World War II. That union job enabled him to support his family, raise my mom, and send her to Fisk University. That's the American dream. Together we work, together we rise. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris know the dignity of all working Americans. They know the urgency and the demand of our dream. But working people are under attack. The wealth gap grows, our middle class shrinks, and poverty persists. Last week, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "Our economy is doing good." While 40 million Americans are at risk of losing their homes, 30 million aren't getting enough to eat, and 5.4 million people have lost their health care because of this crisis. He has failed us. But still, I believe in the dream of our ancestors. Together with Joe and Kamala in the White House, we'll raise the minimum wage so no one who works a full-time job in America lives in poverty. Together, we'll fight for those who keep us healthy, who keep us safe, who teach our children. We'll stand for those who cook and serve and clean, who plant and harvest, who pack, and always those who deliver, whose hands are thick with calluses, like my granddad's were, who lifted me high, who held mine when I was a boy. If he was alive, Joe and Kamala, he would be so proud of you. And he'd tell us, take another by the hand and another, and let's get to work. This dream ain't free. You gotta work for it. So like his generation, up and out of the Depression, let's now work together and stand together. And America, together, we will rise.
This is my team. You guys build America, not Wall Street. Unions build America.
That's right. The Americans just want to live meekly comfortable. I've got a wife that works as well. We've got a 17 and a 7-year-old at home, and we're still working, you know, thanks to our International Executive Board for getting with General Motors and making sure that it's safe for us to return back to work after 8 weeks of being laid off. I mean, it's a hoax at one point, and now here we are full blown.
Yep. Well, I tell you what, the future of auto workers in America, and I really believe this, can be as bright as it was back in the late 40s and 50s.
Yes.
Simple reason. It's an iconic industry. It's an American industry. We made it. We made it.
Yes. Thank you.
It's been a very interesting 2020. I've been in the fire service 16 years and never experienced anything like COVID. We had to change our whole tactics, the way we did our day-to-day. And now at a hurricane that just came in 2 weeks ago, and we were almost right on the eye. And I mean, we were doing things we never thought we'd be doing. Water rescues with masks on, having to worry about COVID. It was interesting.
How's your family doing?
Well, I'm a single dad. I have a almost 5-year-old who's in my world. And I'm very lucky that my parents are retired. My mom actually retired right after my daughter was born to help us with her. And she was so looking forward to pre-K, going to the big school, like she says. And then unfortunately, all this COVID came in, and now it's all going to be online schooling, which I'm fortunate. I have my parents, but I do have a lot of guys that are double income families, and they're just trying to figure out how they're going to do it with their kids. What arrangements are they going to have to make since they're not going to be going to school? It's going to be online.
It's 2 people in my household. I have a family of 2, and we have grown-up kids that are no longer in the household. But it takes 2 people to build. We have an ongoing goal of a 5-year goal of buying a house in the next 5 years. So hopefully we'll save.
Look, everybody, you talked about the middle class. The fact is that the way middle class people generate wealth overwhelmingly is building up equity in their home. And that's what gets passed on from one generation to the next, the equity in a home.
You know, the middle class is continuously taking hits, and one of the reasons why we're on this call is we realize how important it is to have you in the White House. We need a comprehensive energy policy for renewable resources, which I know you have one. And if we're going to build the middle class, it's about the jobs.
The future really rests on investment. We're going to be investing $2 trillion in infrastructure, ports, bridges, highways, making sure that we have access to do things that really make a difference, like what you're doing at that solar facility outside of Harrisburg. You know, I'm a Scranton boy. You know, central Pennsylvania is okay, but, you know, northeast. So keep the faith, guys.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
You know, American workers can count on you.
I know it's not typical for a former Surgeon General to speak at a convention. Surgeons General are appointed by presidents, but our work isn't about politics. Our highest duty is to the public. Our true guide is science, and our job is to speak the truth about public health, even when it's controversial or perceived as political. So here's the truth. Our nation absolutely has what it takes to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic that's claimed tens of thousands of our loved ones. We have the talent, resources, and technology. What we're missing is leadership. We need a leader who works with states to ensure that everyone who needs a test gets one and gets results quickly. A leader who secures a safe, effective vaccine and distributes it quickly and fairly. A leader who inspires us to practice distancing and wear masks, not as a political statement, but as a patriotic duty, a commitment we make to one another. That's why I'm here tonight, not because of politics or for party, but because I know Joe Biden can be that leader. I've worked with Joe Biden. I've seen who he is with no cameras around, how he sits with people in their pain and holds them in his heart, how he pores over COVID briefings, asking smart questions, letting science guide his way, just as he did when managing the Ebola crisis. And 6 years ago, when Joe Biden met my family, many of them immigrants awed to be in the nation's capital, I saw how he kneeled beside my grandmother's wheelchair, took her hands in his, and said, "Thank you for choosing us, the United States of America, as the place to trust with your family." Tonight, as a father, son, and grandson, as a doctor who swore an oath, and as an American who loves my country, I can tell you that Joe Biden is the man I trust to look out for my family and the leader I know will heal this nation.
Hi, I'm Senator Tammy Baldwin. When I was 9 years old, I got sick, really sick. I was hospitalized, but since my grandparents were the ones raising me and our family's health plan didn't cover grandkids, they were forced to pay out of pocket for my 3-month hospital stay. I got better, but the insurance companies didn't. They refused to cover me at any cost because I was marked child with a pre-existing condition. We all have stories like this, stories about a time when the system was rigged against us, when we were counted out, left out, pushed out. Just think of what we've heard these past 4 days. Healthcare professionals who don't have the protective gear they need, young people whose asthma will get worse as our air quality does, workers who are afraid of losing their jobs. Each story begs this simple, fundamental question, a question that gets to the heart of the choice in this election. What kind of country do we want to be? Do we want to be a country where millionaires get to dodge taxes, or one where working families get a break? Do we want to be a country where medical bills bury people in debt, or one where health care is affordable for all, or where tens of thousands of people die from a virus, or where the American dream lives? I think we know the answer to that fundamental question, because most of us want the same things: good schools in our neighborhoods, racial justice, the freedom to love who we want, dignity in our work, and an economy where small businesses and working families thrive. And over the past months, we've added another to that list: a nation free from COVID. That's why Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the only answer in this election. Trust me, they are. You see, there's another part of my story, the part where I ran for office, the part where I served in Congress, the part where I worked with Joe Biden and Barack Obama to make sure kids and grandkids, if they're dependents, can stay on their parents' health insurance until they're 26. We got that done. And yes, it was a big effing deal. That's the America I know. That's the America I love. And that's the America we will be with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the White House. A nation that plans, a nation that builds, a nation that builds back. Say it with me there at home: a nation that builds back better. Here in Wisconsin, our state motto is just one word: forward. This November, let's move forward and never look back. Thank you.
No other nation can match us if we step up. We lead by the power of our example, not by the example of our power. The only thing that can tear America apart is America itself, and we cannot let that happen.
If you want to help Joe and Kamala make sure that America stays strong and united, please go to joebiden.com and contribute anything that you possibly can. Tonight, I couldn't be prouder to be a loyal union member, a passionate climate activist, and a patriotic Democrat, or as Donald Trump will call me in a tweet tomorrow, a washed-up, horse-faced, no-talent has-been with low ratings. Well, with all due respect, sir, it takes one to know one. And now I'd like to introduce you to a real American hero, World War II veteran Ed Good.
I am Edward Good. I'm 95 years old. I'm a veteran of World War II and of Korea. When I wear a uniform, I wear only two badges, my parachute wings and the combat infantry badge. I did make one combat jump over the Rhine in Germany, and I'm proud of that. I have been a Republican since the 1960s. I'm a member of the NRA, and I voted for Trump. I think Trump has been the worst president we've ever had, so I'll be glad to see him go. I think Joe Biden will be a great leader for the United States. Like me, on the day of my jump into Germany, I think Joe Biden cares about doing his proper duty for the United States, and if he's elected, that's what he will do.
This year's election is very important. Probably be the most important election we've had in years. I recommend strongly, based on the division in this country created by our current president, Donald Trump, we need to put somebody else in the White House that's going to bring us together. Now, let me just explain something. I've been a long-standing Republican for a long time, and I'm telling you, you got to vote for Joe Biden. You have to. I don't think we can deal with the type of person we have in the White House any longer. So it's up to you, America, and me, because in this election, I'm voting for Joe. I'm absolutely sure he's going to help us bring this country together once again.
My name is Lakeisha Cole. I met my husband 20 years ago. We started dating while I was in college. Once I graduated from college, we eloped. 2 weeks after that, he deployed.
This is what I wanted to do. You know, you love this country. Are you willing to do the hard work it takes to maintain it?
What was supposed to be a 6-month deployment actually turned into 11 months. There was nothing really to prepare me as a new military spouse on how to deal with the stress.
When people get married, they expect to grow old with each other. With multiple combat tours, there's no guarantee of any of those things.
They're just a long laundry list of uncertainties that we have to juggle.
You know, Joe has always cared about military families. They've been through so much. When I went to Iraq, one of the generals said, you know, I want to share this story with you. In his daughter's class, it was a Christmas program, and they were playing the Ave Maria. And one of the little girls burst into tears. And the teacher ran over and said, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" And she said, "That's the song they played at my daddy's funeral. He died in the war." The teacher had no idea that that little girl's father had fought in the war and had died. And that night I said to my staff, I'm a teacher. We can do better. We've got to do better to help our military kids.
The Bidens have a track record of helping military families, and we've seen it with their work that they've done with joining forces and how they were able to, rally a country behind us.
Men and women we send to war to defend our nation, care for them and their families while they're gone, and care for them and their families when they come home.
It was the very first time that I, as a military spouse, felt like someone was listening to us and someone cared.
It's not just the service member who serves, the entire family serves as well. Joe said we have one sacred obligation to take care of our military members. During this pandemic, for sure, so many veterans have lost their jobs. So many military spouses have lost their jobs. That's one of the things that will be a priority in a Biden administration. We will make sure that all Americans have health care, employment, the things that families need to thrive.
When people show you who they are, believe them the first time, and we know exactly who Joe is. He is the best candidate for America, not just for our families, but for all families.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Duckworth. When I first enlisted in the Army, I was eager to serve my country, yet anxious whether I'd be able to earn my way into the ranks. But I earned my wings and later commanded my own air assault unit, learning that serving and leading in the military is both a privilege and a sacrifice. To be a commander, you must always put your troops first, because one day you may order them to sacrifice everything for our great nation. To do that, leaders must command their troops respect and be worthy of their pledge to protect and defend our Constitution no matter the cost. But military service doesn't just take sacrifice from those in uniform. It's required from their families too. My husband Brian was the one who rushed to Walter Reed after I was wounded in Iraq. He was the one holding my hand, waiting for me to wake up. And when I finally did, he was my rock, getting me through those hours, weeks, months of unspeakable pain and unending surgeries. He was my anchor as I relearned to walk, helping me through every step and every stumble. Our military spouses hold their families together, praying for their loved ones' safety wherever they're deployed and serving as caregivers to our disabled service members, and then picking up the pieces and starting again whenever the next tour or the next war arises. Joe Biden understands these sacrifices because he's made them himself. When his son Beau deployed to Iraq, his burden was also shouldered by his family. Joe knows the fear military families live because he's felt that dread of never knowing if your deployed loved one is safe. He understands their bravery because he has had to muster that same strength every hour of every day Beau was overseas. That's the kind of leader our service members deserve. One who understands the risks they face and who would actually protect them by doing his job as commander-in-chief. Instead, they have a coward-in-chief who won't stand up to Vladimir Putin, read his daily intelligence briefings, or even publicly admonish adversaries for reportedly putting bounties on our troops' heads. As president, Joe Biden would never let tyrants manipulate him like a puppet. He would never pervert our military to stroke his own ego. He would never turn his back on our troops or threaten them against Americans peacefully exercising their constitutional rights. Joe Biden would stand up for what's right, stand tall for our troops, and stand strong against our enemies. Because unlike Trump, Joe Biden has common decency. He has common sense. He can command, both from experience and from strength. Donald Trump doesn't deserve to call himself commander-in-chief for another 4 minutes, let alone another 4 years. Our troops deserve better. Our country deserves better. If you agree, text MORE to 30330 to elect Joe Biden, a leader who actually cares enough about America to lead.
Good evening. I'm Beau Biden, and Joe Biden is my dad.
Some voices are never silenced. Some work never ceases to change lives. Some people never stop inspiring, even after they're gone. Beau Biden was a husband, father, brother, son, soldier, attorney general. He was given just 46 years on this earth.
He did in 46 years what most of us couldn't do in 146. Think about the day that dawns for children who are safer because of Beau, whose lives are fuller because of him. Think about the day that dawns for parents who rest easier and families who are freer because of him. Some folks may never know that their lives are better because of Beau Biden, but that's okay. Certainly for Beau, acclaim was never the point of public service.
If you knew Beau, you knew he lived by the strictest code of honor, duty, service, country. You never had to ask if he would do something the right way. He didn't know any other way.
Beau didn't cut corners. He turned down an appointment to be Delaware's Attorney General so he could win it fair and square. When the field was clear for him to run for the Senate, he chose to finish his job as AG instead. After 9/11, he joined the National Guard. He felt it was his obligation. He did his duty to his country and deployed to Iraq.
Beau Biden served his country in battle. He prosecuted one of the worst child predators in American history. And even though he is no longer with us, every day he still inspires the next president of the United States.
It won't be possible for me to be here this fall, so I have something to ask of you. Be there for my dad, like he was for me.
A couple of years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, and I was absolutely terrified. One of the first people who called me was Joe. His real warmth and kindness on that call, man, I gotta say, it made me cry. Our current president has made me cry too, but it's never had anything to do with his warmth or kindness. Joe Biden's empathy is genuine. You can feel it. That's why President Obama asked Joe to head up the cancer moonshot. President Obama knows what we all know. Joe Biden understands suffering and loss and sacrifice. Mayor Pete Buttigieg also knows something about sacrifice. He volunteered and was deployed to Afghanistan, then returned home to Indiana to become a highly effective public servant. Say hi to Mayor Pete.
Good evening. Beau Biden lived a life of service, in office and in uniform. When you put your life on the line for this country, you do it not because it's the country you live in, but because it's a country you believe in. I believe in this country because America, uniquely, holds the promise of a place where everyone can belong. We know that for too many and for too long, that promise has been denied. But we also know America is at its best when we make that circle of belonging wider. Just over 10 years ago, I joined a military where firing me because of who I am wasn't just possible, it was policy. Now, in 2020, it is unlawful in America to fire someone because of who they are or who they love. The very ring on my finger, a wedding we celebrated, here where I'm standing, reflects how this country can change. Love makes my marriage real, but political courage made it possible, including that of Joe Biden, who stepped out ahead even of this party when he said that marriage equality ought to be the law of the land. There is a long way to go, but if this much can change between 2010 and 2020, imagine what could change between now and 2030. Imagine what we could achieve, this coalition we are building this very season, gathering progressives and moderates, independents, and even what I like to call future former Republicans, standing for an America where everyone belongs. Joe Biden is right. This is a contest for the soul of the nation. And to me, that contest is not between good Americans and evil Americans. It's the struggle to call out what is good in every American. It's up to us. Will America be a place where faith is about healing and not exclusion? Can we become a country that lives up to the truth that Black lives matter? Will we handle questions of science and medicine by turning to scientists and doctors? Will we see to it that no one who works full-time can live in poverty? I trust Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to guide us toward that better future because I've seen up close their empathy and their capacity, just as I've seen my fellow Americans' capacity to support and include one another in new ways and do better by the promise of America. The day I was born, the idea of an out candidate seeking any federal office at all was laughable. Yet earlier this year, I campaigned for the presidency, often with my husband Chasten at my side, winning delegates to this very convention. Now I come to this convention proudly supporting Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, joining fellow Democrats who were squaring off in competition just a few months ago. A number of us recently got together to talk about the Joe we know.
Hi, I'm Cory Booker. Welcome to everybody at home. I am very excited to present to you a group of people that ran in the 2020 Democratic primary against Joe Biden. You can think of this sort of like Survivor on the out interviews of all the people that got voted off the island. Bernie, don't you laugh, because I got questions for you, like, why does my girlfriend like you more than she likes me? But let's move on.
Because she's smarter than you, and that's the obvious answer, right?
Hey, I'm curious because Senator Sanders and Senator Klobuchar, you actually served with Joe Biden in the Senate. I'm wondering if you have any memories of what he was like as a colleague in the Senate.
Well, I remember one night when I was giving one of those floor speeches, and Cory, you know what this is like. No one was there. No one was watching. I was all alone, and I gave my speech with much vigor to a completely empty chamber. And I walked out of there, and I thought, I wonder if my mom was even watching this on C-SPAN. And at that moment, the cell phone rings, and I actually thought maybe my mom was watching it on C-SPAN. And you know who it was? It was Joe Biden. And that kind of goes to not only his kindness for calling me and being a mentor, but it also goes to how much he cares about our government and what people are saying, and that even when he's at home at night, he's watching and he cares.
But Amy, we all want to know, did your mother watch the speech?
I know.
You remember the steak fry when we were waiting to go on? It worked out to where I was there the same time he was. And he pulled me aside at one point and he pointed to somebody who we both knew who was working on my campaign, but he'd known from before, and let me know that was somebody who'd gone through a family tragedy that Joe somehow knew about, and just thought it was important for me to know that about someone who was working with me. And I thought, over time I realized that was just basic to who he is, but that always stuck with me.
Elizabeth, do you have any remembrances as well?
I think the day I saw Joe the clearest was on the 1-year anniversary of the Boston Marathon bombing. And everyone, of course, was enormously honored to have the vice president here. But at some point in that speech, he shifted to the parent who had lost a child, to the man who had lost a wife, to someone who had experienced loss very personally. And he spoke to each of the families from the heart.
That's phenomenal. I want to ask, what gets you excited about this idea of the inclusion of big ideas from all over the party into the future, into the next administration?
The magic of Joe Biden is that everything he does becomes the new reasonable. If he comes with an ambitious plan to address climate change, all of a sudden, everyone's going to follow his lead. You can see it with him choosing Kamala, too. He wants to build the best team. Let's do it together. That's how we're going to rebuild this country.
Cory, I'm so optimistic about our country right now, despite some very dark days for
a lot of our fellow Americans, in large part because of what young people are doing right now. After the murder of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, young people, by and large, led these protests, and they did so in the absolute best traditions of this country, in the tradition of John Lewis. My optimism and my faith in this country is reflected in those young people and the way that Joe and Kamala are listening to them and incorporating their ideas and their urgency into the campaign that they're running and the administration that they're going to lead.
And I often think some people who say they don't know if they're going to vote or not are saying that from a point of privilege that a lot of Americans don't have. There are so many things for lots of folks who live life on the margins that this election is going to decide. And maybe it's not a life or death issue for you, but we are all in this together.
Absolutely.
Corey, what I would say is that this is clearly the most important election in the modern history of this country. And Joe Biden, you have a human being who is empathetic, who is honest, who is decent. And at this particular moment in American history, my God, that is something that this country absolutely needs. And all of us, whether you're progressives, whether you're moderates or conservatives, have got to come together to defeat this president.
Thanks for that, Bernie. I want to thank you all for joining us for this segment. I mean this sincerely. It was an honor to run against you. And it is even a greater honor to stand with you in support of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Good evening. I've never been much for partisan politics. I've supported Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Hell, I've actually been a Democrat, Republican, and independent. It's all about people. And the two people running for president couldn't be more different. One believes in facts, one does not. One listens to experts, the other thinks he knows everything. One looks forward and sees strength in America's diversity. The other looks backwards and sees immigrants as enemies and white supremacists as allies. Here's another difference. One has proven he knows how to handle a crisis by helping to lead the economic turnaround after the 2008 recession, while the other has not only failed to lead, he has made the current crisis much worse. When confronted with the biggest calamity any president has faced in the modern era, Donald Trump spent the year downplaying the threat, ignoring science, and recommending quack cures, which let COVID-19 spread much faster than it should have, leaving hundreds of thousands needlessly sick or dead. He has failed the American people catastrophically. 4 years ago, I came before this very convention and said, New Yorkers know a con when we see one. But tonight, I'm not asking you to vote against Donald Trump because he's a bad guy. I'm urging you to vote against him because he's done a bad job. Today, unemployment is at historic highs, and small businesses are struggling just to survive. It didn't have to be this way. Before I ran for mayor, I spent 20 years running a business I started from scratch. So I want to ask small business owners and their employees one question, and it's a question for everyone. Would you rehire or work for someone who ran your business into the ground and who always does what's best for him or her, even when it hurts the company, and whose reckless decisions put you in danger, and who spends more time tweeting than working? If the answer is no, why the hell would we ever rehire Donald Trump for another 4 years? Trump says we should vote for him because he's a great businessman? Really? He drove his companies into bankruptcy 6 times, always leaving behind customers and contractors who were cheated and swindled and stopped doing business with him. Well, this time, all of us are paying the price, and we can't let him get away with it again. Donald says we should vote for him because the economy was great before the virus. Huh? Biden and Obama created more jobs over their last 3 years than the Trump administration did over their first 3. And economic growth was higher under Biden and Obama than under Trump. In fact, while Biden helped save 1 million auto industry jobs, Trump has lost 250,000 manufacturing jobs. So when Trump says he wants to make America great again, he's making a pretty good case for Joe Biden. Look, our goal shouldn't be to bring back the pandemic economy. It should be, as Joe says, to build it back better. Joe's economic plan will create clean energy jobs that help fight another crisis that Trump is ignoring, climate change. And Joe will rebuild our crumbling roads and bridges, something Trump has incessantly talked about doing. But in the last 3.5 years, he hasn't done anything. What a joke. And let me tell you a little secret. Donald Trump's economic plan was to give a huge tax cut to guys like me who didn't need it, and then lie about it to everyone else. Well, Joe will roll back that tax cut that I got so we can fund things our whole country needs, like training for adults who have lost jobs, and making college more affordable, and investing in American research and development so that the products of tomorrow are made today by American workers. You know, growing up, I was taught to believe that America is the greatest country in the world, not because we won the Second World War, but because of why we fought it, for freedom, democracy, and equality. My favorite childhood book was called Johnny Tremaine, about a Boston boy who joins the Sons of Liberty at the dawn of the American Revolution. At the end of the book, Johnny stands on Lexington Commons and sees a nation that is, quote, green with spring, dreaming of the future. That's the America I know and love. And that's the America we are in danger of losing under this president. So let's put an end to this whole sorry chapter in American history and elect leaders who will bring integrity and stability, sanity, and competence back to the White House. Joe and Kamala, go get them for all of us.
We can help you find the best and safest way to vote in your state. Simply text VOTE to 30330 to learn more. 30330. It's actually not that hard to remember. Watch. Person, woman, man, camera, TV, 30330. Anyone can do it. I want to introduce you now to a young man who Vice President Biden met earlier this year in New Hampshire and helped to find his voice. Say hello to Braden Harrington.
Hi, my name is Braden Harrington, and I'm 13 years old. And without Joe Biden, I wouldn't be talking to you today. About a few months ago, I met him in New Hampshire. He told me that we were members of the same club. We stutter. It was really amazing to hear that someone like me became vice president. He told me about a book of poems by Yeats he would read out loud to practice. He showed me how he marks his addresses to make them easier to say out loud. So I did the same thing today. And now I'm here talking to you today about the future, about our future. My family often says when the world feels better before talking about something normal, like going to the movies. We all want the world to feel better. We need the world to feel better. I'm just a regular kid, and in a short amount of time, Joe Biden made me more confident about something that's bothered me my whole life. Joe Biden cared. Imagine what he could do for all of us. Kids like me are counting on you to elect someone we can all look up to. Someone who cares. Someone who will make our country and the world feel better. We're counting on you to elect Joe Biden.
The first time I met Joe, I was very new at my synagogue, and I had to do a funeral service and a shiva, and towards the end of the service, the door opens up, And this person who was much younger than these octogenarians who were there walked in the room. It was our U.S. Senator Joe Biden. He was just very respectful, and he stayed in the back, and his head was bowed in reverence. And at the end, I said, Senator Biden, why are you here? Because how does a nice Irish Catholic boy know from Shiva? And what he said was just so lovely. He said, this dear lady gave $18 to my campaign from the very first time I started in 1972. So he wanted to show his respects by saying thank you. And that just blew me away.
I think you guys might have thought we were smaller.
Yeah. Granddaughter interview, take one.
No, this is good.
Okay.
So what don't I know about your grandfather?
He's always eating ice cream. Usually it's like vanilla
with chocolate sprinkles.
Vanilla on a regular night.
No, chocolate chip in it.
yeah,
Chocolate and the Breyers that have half chocolate and half vanilla. He likes ice cream in hidden ways.
Yeah. Eating it like in the freezer so that
He eats
my
it
grandma
facing the
doesn't
freezer.
see. He like hides it.
How often does he call you?
Like
every day.
Yeah, every day.
Like if we don't talk to him for like a day,
He'll ask what's wrong.
Yeah, he'll think we're like not a lot.
He always calls with the same energy, even after he's just done 15 interviews in a row. Hi, Pop. I was just talking about you.
I don't necessarily pick up every day, but I have a lot of voicemails.
he will pick up our calls no matter where he is. He'd be like on stage giving a speech, and we'd call him and he'd be like, "What's wrong? Is everything good?" And we'd be like,
just
no.
calling to check in. Yeah.
What does the word family mean to you?
It's a lot of time together. It's like we've grown up together. He's made sure that every single tradition, every holiday, we're all together. I don't think that there's been any decision, no matter how big or small, that we haven't decided as a family.
Pop told us that this election would be totally different from any other election ever.
He was worried how it would affect his kids.
Whether or not we wanted to go through another campaign and be scrutinized by the press. There'd been talks of a big meeting coming.
It's normally called by the parents, I would say, but this time it was called by me.
I came down from Penn, and Maisie came up from DC, and my cousins lived down the road.
He thought we were calling a meeting sort of to like discuss, whether or not we wanted him to, but really we were calling it to be like, get in that race, hurry up.
We just knew that he had to run, and we weren't gonna take no as an answer.
At the end of the day, I think we're all very happy we had that meeting.
All right, well, when you get back there, give me a call to tell me how the whole thing went, okay?
Okay, I will.
I love you, baby.
I love you too.
We want to ensure that our kids live in a nation that is safe, happy, healthy, and fair. And so this election,
we're voting for Joe Biden. Let's have a conversation with these kids.
Let's do it.
So, let's jump right in, shall we?
What does jump in mean?
Go for it.
Mommy, I can't be quiet.
Why?
I don't want you to be quiet. You deserve to speak and say whatever it is that comes to your mind in this moment right now.
Every election is important. This upcoming election is especially important. One, because the social injustices right now, racial inequality, but also because we have children.
Excuse me, Mommy?
Yes.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
You wanna go right now? Do you know where the president lives?
In the White House, Washington, D.C.
Do you know what the president's job is?
To tell what happened to the world?
That's good. That's a good one.
Keep the environment safe.
That is correct. As we say, that is.
If you could create the ideal person to lead this country, what characteristics would that person have?
A very kind personality.
What would you like to see taken care of?
I would like to see them taking care of the earth and the people.
So, girls, it is 2020 and the election is coming up in November. Do you know who is running for president?
Joe Biden
Yeah.
and
Exactly, that's it. This video's over.
What would you say if you knew that Joe Biden was going to have a woman as his vice president?
surprised and like happy.
Why?
There's like not a lot of like women like being president and helping alongside the president.
Mm-hmm. How important do you think your faith is in the way that you live your life?
Really big, because I'm grateful for all the things that I have and that I love my family.
And with that said, everyone, we really thank you, one, for listening to this very candid conversation with our daughters. And we just want to encourage you to truly do your research, think about your own homes and what you'd like to see projected out into the world in the right direction is making sure that you vote this election for Biden. Whatever you do, please vote. Every vote counts. Just remember that. You gonna dance out?
Here's the big question. How much of your time and energy are you willing to devote to elect Joe Biden? Here's my answer. I'm going all in. Look, elections can break your heart, but sometimes they can make you sing from the mountaintops. And this year, we're gonna sing. This year, we're going to elect a president who's honest, experienced, and intelligent. A president who actually believes in the rule of law, who will restore dignity and normalcy to the White House and the soul of this nation. And boy, won't that be something. One of my favorite things Joe Biden says is that you can succeed in life without sacrificing your ideals or your commitment to family. So, who better to introduce our nominee, Joe Biden, than his children?
I'm Hunter Biden.
And I'm Ashley Biden.
Joe Biden is our dad.
And Beau is our brother.
We want to tell you what kind of president our dad will be.
He will be tough,
And honest.
caring, and principled.
He'll listen. He'll be there when you need him.
He'll tell you the truth even when you don't want to hear it.
He'll never let you down.
He'll be rock steady.
The strongest shoulder you can ever lean on.
He'll beam with pride every time you succeed.
He'll make your grandkids feel that what they've got to say matters.
He'll treat everyone with respect, no matter who you are.
He'll get up no matter how many times he's been knocked down.
He'll be the worst enemy any bully ever saw.
He'll be the best friend you've ever had.
He'll love you with all of his heart.
And if you give him your cell phone number,
He's going to call it.
how do we know?
Because he's been that way our whole lives.
He's been a great father.
And we think he'll be a great president.
Beau isn't with us any longer.
But he is still very much alive in our hearts. And we can still hear his strong voice,
Just like it was yesterday.
just like it was yesterday.
In 2008 and 2012, he introduced our dad at those conventions.
And if he was here, we're pretty sure we'd know what he'd say.
So before we show you a film about our dad's journey, we wanted to give Beau the last word. Beau?
Beau, take it away.
In moments both public and private, he's the father I've always known, the grandfather my children love and adore, my father, my hero, Joe Biden.
Our lives have been turned upside down, shattered and shaken. But the American story has had moments like this before. And he was there, answering the call.
When we came into office in 2009, we were going through what was then the worst financial and economic crisis since the Great Depression.
The economy was hemorrhaging hundreds of thousands of jobs a week. People were losing their homes to foreclosure. The financial system was in tatters. Auto sales had dropped to near zero levels.
The auto companies faced bankruptcy, and many said, let them fail. But Joe remembered his father and what it meant to lose a job. The Finnegans and Bidens were Irish Catholic. Joe was their first. And then his sister Valerie.
From the moment I opened my eyes, my big brother was there. The thing that was most important was family and family and family.
As the post-war boom faded, Joe's father struggled to find work in Scranton. But 140 miles south, there was a job cleaning boilers in Wilmington.
There was a long stairway up to the second floor. Dad went up to Joey in our bedroom and saying, Joey, you gotta be a big boy.
For the first time, Joe saw the heavy burden on a father, and it was a lesson he would never forget.
The job is a lot more than a paycheck. It's about dignity.
The country was losing tens of thousands of jobs a day, and they needed 3 votes to pass the economic rescue package.
Joe Biden was handled the task of going to get those 3 Republican votes.
Joe returned to the place where he had been so effective.
Passionate argument, sympathetic listening, a willingness to make adjustments and accommodations to bring people on board.
When the law finally passed, the president tapped his partner to run the program. Joe tracked every dollar, calling mayors and governors.
Talking to them on the phone, one-on-one. He gave all of them his cell phone.
And I watched him bring his heart to that job. It matters that you have in your mind the family that you're trying to reach, the neighborhood that you're trying to reach, the people whose lives are affected by what you do.
The skills that had made him so effective had not come easy. When he entered school, there was a problem. Joe had a stutter.
And it's mortifying. It allows that child to become an object of ridicule.
When his teacher mimicked him and Joe ran home from school, his mother drove him back.
Did you say to my son, Mr. Biden? The nun said, I was just trying to make a point. My mother stood up, all 5'2" of her. If you ever talk to my son like that again, I'll come back and rip that damn bonnet off your head. Do you understand me? Joey, go back to class.
Joe resolved to overcome his stutter.
Some letters are harder than others. And I used to get up at night and go stand in front of the mirror with a flashlight and practice. She'd make me look her in the eye. Look at me. Remember, Joey, you're the smartest boy in that class. Nobody's better than you, Joey. From having to deal with stuttering, it gave me insight into other people's pain, other people's suffering.
At 19, Joe sought out a summer job that few of his peers considered taking.
He was a lifeguard along with the black lifeguards. That's when I first seen Joe, and we became friends.
It was one of the best things I've ever done because it gave me a sense that we really didn't know one another.
After Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, riots broke out in Wilmington, and the National Guard stayed for almost a year.
I quit the law firm and asked for a job to become a public defender. That's what sort of got me involved in politics.
J. Caleb Boggs was a popular war hero in a solidly Republican state, and few took Joe's campaign seriously.
In Delaware, the Democratic Party was non-functional. When it got time to put up a candidate, they didn't want to touch it. This young upstart Joe Biden, who had a lot of ideas and no money, no influence, the party said, okay, well then go ahead, Biden, give it a whirl.
That's all I can ask. Just look, if you like what you see, help me out. If not, vote for the other fellow. But look me over if you would.
You know, we'd have a coffee, and we'd come out of that, we'd have 5 more coffees. He was very articulate on the issues. He brought people to say, not just that, well, I agree with what you're doing, is, you know, what can I do to help?
Delaware is the first state. J. Caleb Boggs, who is the incumbent Republican, being challenged by Joseph Biden. Biden is a Democrat who's 29 years of age.
But exhilaration soon turned to tragedy.
I mean, it was clear he had decided that I'm not going to be a senator, that the boys need me too much.
I was prepared to walk away in 1973. But men like Ted Kennedy and Mike Mansfield and Hubert Humphrey and Fritz Hollings, Danny Inouye, they convinced me to stay. Just stay 6 months, Joe. Remember, Danny? Just stay 6 months.
He couldn't allow the suffering to debilitate him. That's like he couldn't allow the stuttering to define him. That's the backbone. There's something bigger than Joe's suffering.
The Senate turned out to be a wonderful place for him. He had a real gift for bringing people together.
The 3 of them had a bond that was forged in sorrow and expanded into joy when Jill entered.
They had built this beautiful family, this circle of trust.
And then the extra gift of Ashley.
Growing up, it was full of adventure, laughter.
We do everything as a family, and we've always done everything as a family.
He was always a good, loving father. I mean, there's nothing more important to Joe than his children.
It's hard to explain how ever-present he was in our lives.
You don't have to guess what my dad believes. A great benefit of being my father is that he doesn't have to contort himself into different people at different times.
Bo was going to do fine things. I mean, he had it all. And then he got sick. The whole world tilted. And it felt like we were all falling off.
Once again, Joe faced the unimaginable.
My mother, she said, bravery resides in every heart, and someday it will be summoned.
The way he survived losing my mom and my sister, and then losing my brother, is understanding that you have to have purpose.
Every day I get up, I ask myself, I hope he's proud of me, because that's that makes me move on.
From his time in the Senate and then the White House, Joe always found a way forward, forging unlikely friendships and alliances. And time after time, he made progress possible, and always holding in his heart the struggles of his family and every family, always fighting to make his country whole.
It's a very rare quality to bring your empathy skills to the process of governing. Joe Biden never forgets that that's the point of moving the wheels of government.
He will keep his word. He will reach out and hear what other people have to say.
To have somebody who believes in what's best in us, somebody like Joe Biden who actually believes in the American idea, that's the kind of person who I want in the White House.
Good evening. Ella Baker, a giant of the civil rights movement, left us with this wisdom: give people light, and they will find the way. Give people light. Those are words for our time. The current president has cloaked American darkness for much too long. Too much anger,
too much fear, too much division. Here and now, I give you my word. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst. I will be an ally of the light, not the darkness. It's time for us, for we the people, to come together. And make no mistake, united we can and will overcome this season of darkness in America. We'll choose hope over fear, facts over fiction, fairness over privilege. I'm a proud Democrat, and I'll be proud to carry the banner of our party into the general election. So it's with great honor and humility, I accept this nomination for President of the United States of America. But while I'll be a Democratic candidate, I will be an American president. I'll work hard for those who didn't support me, as hard for them as I did for those who did vote for me. That's the job of a president, to represent all of us, not just our base or our party. This is not a partisan moment. This must be an American moment. It's a moment that calls for hope and light and love, hope for our future, light to see our way forward, and love for one another. America isn't just a collection of clashing interests of red states or blue states. We're so much bigger than that. We're so much better than that. You know, nearly a century ago, Franklin Roosevelt pledged the New Deal in a time of massive unemployment, uncertainty, and fear. Stricken by a disease, stricken by a virus, FDR insisted that he would recover and prevail, and he believed America could as well. And he did, and we can as well. This campaign isn't just about winning votes. It's about winning the heart and, yes, the soul of America. Winning it for the generous among us, not the selfish. Winning it for workers who keep this country going, not just the privileged few at the top. Winning it for those communities who have known the injustice of a knee on the neck. For all the young people who have known only America being rising inequity and shrinking opportunity, they deserve the experience of America's promise. They deserve to experience it in full. You know, no generation ever knows what history will ask of it. All we can ever know is whether we're ready when that moment arrives. And now history has delivered us to one of the most difficult moments America's ever faced. Four historic crises, all at the same time. A perfect storm. The worst pandemic in over 100 years. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The most compelling call for racial justice since the 60s. And the undeniable realities and just the accelerating threats of climate change. So the question for us is simple. Are we ready? I believe we are. We must be. You know, all elections are important. But we know in our bones this one is more consequential. As many have said, America is at an inflection point. A time of real peril, but also of extraordinary possibilities. We can choose a path of becoming angrier, less hopeful, more divided, a path of shadow and suspicion, or we can choose a different path and together take this chance to heal, to reform, to unite, a path of hope and light. This is a life-changing election. This will determine what America is going to look like for a long, long time. Character is on the ballot. Compassion is on the ballot. Decency, science, democracy, they're all on the ballot. Who we are as a nation, what we stand for, and most importantly, who we want to be, that's all on the ballot. And the choice could not be more clear. No rhetoric is needed. Just judge this president on the facts. 5 million Americans infected by COVID-19. More than 170,000 Americans have died. By far the worst performance of any nation on earth. More than 50 million people have filed for unemployment this year. More than 10 million people are going to lose their health insurance this year. Nearly 1 in 6 small businesses have closed this year. And this president, if he's reelected, you know what will happen. Cases and deaths will remain far too high. More mom and pop businesses will close their doors, and this time for good. Working families will struggle to get by. And yet the wealthiest 1% will get tens of billions of dollars in new tax breaks. And the assault on the Affordable Care Act will continue until it's destroyed, taking insurance away from more than 20 million people, including more than 15 million people on Medicaid, and getting rid of the protections that President Obama worked so hard to get passed for people who have 100 million more people who have pre-existing conditions. And speaking of President Obama, a man I was honored to serve alongside for 8 years as vice president, let me take this moment to say something we don't say nearly enough. Thank you, Mr. President. You were a great president, a president our children could and did look up to. No one's going to say that about the current occupant of the White House. What we know about this president is if he's given 4 more years, he'll be what he's been for the last 4 years. A president who takes no responsibility, refuses to lead, blames others, cozies up to dictators, and fans the flames of hate and division. He'll wake up every day believing the job is all about him, never about you. Is that the American you want for you, your family, your children? I see a different America, one that's generous and strong, selfless and humble. It's an America we can rebuild together. As president, the first step I will take will be to get control of the virus that has ruined so many lives. Because I understand something this president hasn't from the beginning. We will never get our economy back on track. We will never get our kids safely back in schools. We'll never have our lives back until we deal with this virus. The tragedy of where we are today is it didn't have to be this bad. Just look around. It's not this bad in Canada or Europe or Japan or almost anywhere else in the world. And the president keeps telling us the virus is going to disappear. He keeps waiting for a miracle. Well, I have news for him. No miracle is coming. We lead the world in confirmed cases. We lead the world in deaths. Our economy is in tatters with Black, Latino, Asian American, Native American communities bearing the brunt of it. And after all this time, the president still does not have a plan. Well, I do. If I'm your president, on day 1, we'll implement the national strategy I've been laying out since March. We'll develop and deploy rapid tests with results available immediately. We'll make the medical supplies and protective equipment that our country needs. And we'll make them here in America, so we will never again be at the mercy of China or other foreign countries in order to protect our own people. We'll make sure our schools have the resources they need to be open, safe, and effective. We'll put politics aside. We'll take the muzzle off our experts so the public gets the information they need and deserve. Honest, unvarnished truth. They can handle it. We'll have a national mandate to wear masks, not as a burden, but as a patriotic duty to protect one another. In short, we'll do what we should have done from the very beginning. Our current president has failed in his most basic duty to the nation. He's failed to protect us. He's failed to protect America. And my fellow Americans, that is unforgivable. As president, I'll make you a promise. I'll protect America. I will defend us from every attack, seen and unseen, always, without exception, every time. Look, I understand. I understand how hard it is to have any hope right now. On this summer night, let me take a moment to speak to those of you who have lost the most. I have some idea how it feels to lose someone you love. I know that deep black hole that opens up in the middle of your chest and you feel like you're being sucked into it. I know how mean and cruel and unfair life can be sometimes. But I've learned two things. First, your loved one may have left this earth, but they'll never leave your heart. They'll always be with you. You'll always hear them. And second, I found the best way through pain and loss and grief is to find purpose. As God's children, each of us have a purpose in our lives. We have a great purpose as a nation to open the doors of opportunity to all Americans, to save our democracy, to be a light to the world once again, and finally to live up to and make real the words written in the sacred documents that founded this nation, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know, my dad was an honorable, decent man. He got knocked down a few times pretty hard, but he always got back up. He worked hard, and he built a great middle-class life for our family. He used to say, Joey, I don't expect the government to solve my problems, but I sure in hell expect them to understand them. And then he'd say, Joey, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. I've never forgotten those lessons. That's why my economic plan is all about jobs, dignity, respect, and community. Together we can and will rebuild our economy. And when we do, we'll not only build back, we'll build back better. With modern roads, bridges, highways, broadband, ports and airports as a new foundation for economic growth, with pipes that transport clean water to every community, with 5 million new manufacturing and technology jobs so the future is made in America, with a healthcare system that lowers premiums, deductibles, drug prices, by building on the Affordable Care Act he's trying to rip away, with an education system that trains our people for the best jobs of the 21st century. There's not a single thing American workers can't do. And where cost doesn't prevent young people from going to college and student debt doesn't crush them when they get out. With a child care and elder care system that makes it possible for parents to go to work and for the elderly to stay in their homes with dignity. With an immigration system that powers our economy and reflects our values. And with newly empowered labor unions. They're the ones that built the middle class. With equal pay for women, with rising wages you can raise a child on, a family on. And yes, we're going to do more than praise our essential workers. We're finally going to pay them. Pay them. We can and we will deal with climate change. It's not only a crisis, it's an enormous opportunity. An opportunity for America to lead the world in clean energy and create millions of new, good-paying jobs in the process. And we can pay for these investments by ending loopholes, unnecessary loopholes, and the president's $1.3 trillion tax giveaway to the wealthiest 1% and the biggest, most profitable corporations, some of which do not pay any tax at all. Because we don't need a tax code that rewards wealth more than it rewards work. I'm not looking to punish anyone. Far from it. But it's long past time the wealthiest people and the biggest corporations in this country paid their fair share. And for our seniors, Social Security is a sacred obligation, a sacred promise made. They paid for. The current president is threatening to break that promise. He's proposing to eliminate a tax that pays for almost half the Social Security without any way of making up for that lost revenue, resulting in cuts. I will not let that happen. If I'm your president, we're going to protect Social Security and Medicare. You have my word. One of the most powerful voices we hear in the country today is from our young people. They're speaking to the inequity and injustice that has grown up in America. Economic injustice, racial injustice, environmental injustice. I hear their voices. If you listen, you can hear them too. And whether it's the existential threat posed by climate change, the daily fear of being gunned down in school, or the inability to get started in your first job, it will be the work of the next president to restore the promise of America to everyone. And I'm not going to have to do it alone, because I'll have a great vice president at my side. Senator Kamala Harris. She's a powerful voice for this nation. Her story is the American story. She knows about all the obstacles thrown in the way of so many in our country. Women, black Americans, South Asian Americans, immigrants, the left out and the left behind. But she's overcome every obstacle she's ever faced. No one's been tougher on the big banks and the gun lobby. No one's been tougher in calling out the current administration for its extremism, its failure to follow the law, its failure to simply tell the truth. Kamala and I both draw from our families. That's where we get our strength. For Kamala, it's Doug and their families. For me, it's Jill and ours. I've said many times, no man deserves one great love in his life, let alone two. But I've known two. After losing my first wife in that car accident, Jill came into my life. She put our family back together. She's an educator, a mom, a military mom, and an unstoppable force. If she puts her mind to it, just get out of the way. She's going to get it done. She was a great second lady, and I know she'll make a great first lady for this nation. She loves this country so much. And I'll always have the strength that can only come from family. Hunter, Ashley, all our grandchildren, my brothers, my sister, they give me courage. They lift me up. While he's no longer with us, Bo inspires me every day. Bo served our nation in uniform. A year in Iraq, a decorated Iraqi war veteran. So I take very personally the profound responsibility of serving as Commander-in-Chief. I'll be a president who will stand with our allies and friends and make it clear to our adversaries the days of cozying up to dictators is over. Under President Biden, America will not turn a blind eye to Russian bounties on the heads of American soldiers. Nor will I put up with foreign interference in our most sacred democratic exercise, voting. And I'll always stand for our values of human rights and dignity. I'll work in common purpose for a more secure, peaceful, and prosperous world. History has thrust one more urgent task on us. Will we be the generation that finally wipes out the stain of racism from our national character? I believe we're up to it. I believe we're ready. Just a week ago yesterday was the 3rd anniversary of the events in Charlottesville. Close your eyes. Remember what you saw on television. Remember seeing those neo-Nazis and Klansmen and white supremacists coming out of fields with lighted torches, veins bulging, spewing the same anti-Semitic bile heard across Europe in the 30s. Remember the violent clash that ensued between those spreading hate and those with the courage to stand against it. And remember what the president said when asked? He said there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. It was a wake-up call for us as a country, and for me, a call to action. At that moment, I knew I'd have to run, because my father taught us that silence was complicity, and I could never remain silent or complicit. At the time, I said we were in the battle for the soul of this nation. And we are. You know, one of the most important conversations I've had this entire campaign, it was with someone who was much too young to vote. I met with 6-year-old Gianna Floyd the day before her daddy, George Floyd, was laid to rest. She's an incredibly brave little girl. And I'll never forget it. When I leaned down to speak to her, she looked in my eyes and she said, and I quote, "Daddy changed the world. Daddy changed the world." Her words burrowed deep into my heart. Maybe George Floyd's murder was a breaking point. Maybe John Lewis is passing the inspiration. But however it's come to be, however it's happened, America's ready, in John's words, to lay down, quote, "the heavy burden of hate at last," and to end the hard work of rooting out our systemic racism. You know, American history tells us that it's been in our darkest moments that we've made our greatest progress, that we found the light. In this dark moment, I believe we're poised to make great progress again, that we can find the light once more. You know, many people have heard me say this, but I've always believed you can define America in one word: possibilities. The defining feature of America: everything is possible. That in America, everyone, and I mean everyone, should be given an opportunity to go as far as their dreams and God-given ability will take them. We can never lose that. In times as challenging as these, I believe there's only one way forward. As a united America, united in our pursuit of a more perfect union, united in our dreams of a better future for us and for our children, united in our determination to make the coming years bright. Are you ready? I believe we are. This is a great nation. We're a good and decent people. For the Lord's sake, this is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been able to accomplish when we've done it together. The Irish poet Seamus Heaney once wrote, "History says, don't hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice can rise up and hope and history rhyme." This is our moment to make hope and history rhyme. With passion and purpose, let us begin, you and I together, one nation, under God, united in our love for America, united in our love for each other. For love is more powerful than hate, hope is more powerful than fear, and light is more powerful than dark. This is our moment. This is our mission. May history be able to say that the end of this chapter of American darkness began here tonight, as love and hope and light join in the battle for the soul of the nation. And this is a battle we will win, and we'll do it together. I promise you. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Good night.
With a promise to bring out the best of America and to choose hope over fear and facts over fiction, Joe Biden makes his case for the country's top job. He now starts a 75-day sprint to the election with a state-by-state battle to encourage average Americans to vote. So let's talk about how he did tonight in his goal of motivating his base and also inspiring new fans. First off, Hannah Jewell outside the Chase Convention Center in Wilmington, where we're seeing all those fireworks go off and the cars honking and people cheering. Hannah.
So I don't know how clear it was at home if you could see the spectacular fireworks display. I feel like I might be one of about 1,000 people who got to see that as it was meant to be experienced. But I'm here with Kobe and Lovely, who are two Delawareans and Joe Biden supporters. And we've just had the experience of watching this in person, some of the only people. And I have to say, it was clearly a different experience from what I was seeing people tweet about, like awkward jokes and strangeness. And here there was a lot of noise, a lot of laughter for Julia Louis-Dreyfus's jokes. And I have a feeling it was a very different experience. And funny that Joe Biden was just inside here, but didn't necessarily get the honking and the energy and the cheering. So feel very lucky to have got this little party, as I said earlier, for the first time in 6 months. But in any case, Kobe, tell me who you are and why you came here tonight.
Yeah, so I am a proud member of the Delaware Democratic Party. I'm a part of the executive committee. We partnered with the DNC to put this event on tonight, and it has been absolutely amazing. Democrats from all across the state came out to support Joe Biden, Delaware's favorite son. He just came out with the vice president to watch the fireworks show, and I just think that capped off the amazing night of high energy, and I think that's going to travel throughout the nation.
How about you, Lovely? What's your review of tonight and the whole DNC?
I think tonight has been amazing. It was great because, well, honestly, the fireworks were a surprise. And I love fireworks when they're in the right context here, and it was really nice and celebratory. I think the DNC's platform is, it's going, but this event has been great. I'm glad that Joe Biden came to Delaware, and that we got to see him, and that we've not been forgotten, so that's nice. And it felt very personal with him coming out and watching the fireworks with us.
So what do you think is missing from the Democratic platform, perhaps?
I think a comprehensive plan in terms of racial equity, and then also in terms of the environment. I think we have a lot to do in America, and I work with an organization that helps Black mothers in the state of Delaware. It's called Black Mothers in Power, and we are concerned about the health of Black women giving birth, or Black people who are birthing. And I feel like there needs to be a more comprehensive plan for racial equity and for racial inequalities in the healthcare system. I didn't see that addressed, and I also would like to see more about what we're actually going to do about the environment, because we all live here and we all live on this planet together, and I think there should be action.
So, Kobe, I know that you're running for office, and also that you have, Joe Biden in person. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so he's been a longtime family friend. Him and Herman Holloway Sr. go way back. Herman was the first African-American state senator to serve here in Delaware. His son and Joe Biden have been friends since they were young. And it's just been an amazing family connection right there. And I think that has transitioned through generations. I got an opportunity to know Beau Biden very well when he was AG, and I worked down at Leg Hall. And I think the relationship between our two families has always been there, and I think it's something special to me.
And your mask says Democrat for 1st District City Council.
Yes, so I'm running for Wilmington City Council on a platform of opportunity, justice, and investment back into our communities, not just into our big developments, our corporations, our downtown, our riverfront, but actually looking at how we can help our neighborhoods and build them back up. And our most important infrastructure is our youth. They are at the center of our gun violence right now, center of our housing crisis. So how we can look to invest back into them and lift up the city of Wilmington.
Thanks so much. So yeah, very different experience here. I can't speak to the experience at home, but luckily you have many other experts with you there, Libby, to help you out discussing the night. But I'm enjoying the fireworks, the memory of the fireworks for now. Back to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Hannah. Well, we got a glimpse of them too. So let's talk about how tonight went and how Joe Biden did with my colleagues Philip Rucker, White House bureau chief, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, and James Hohman, national political reporter. Okay, Phil, let's mix it up with you and all the things you covered cover. Of course, you cover President Trump and the White House, and you've been watching this convention. Did President Trump's team set the bar too low on Joe Biden by trying to make it sound like he couldn't, string a sentence together, that he couldn't keep coherent thoughts? We certainly didn't see him stumbling at all tonight.
That's right, Libby. The Biden performance tonight was nothing like the caricature that Trump and his campaign team have tried to paint of him as this sort of old, doddering old fool who can't put a speech together. That was a well-executed, well-performed, well-argued speech by Biden. We've been watching Biden for decades in national politics. I covered him when he was in the White House as the vice president. I don't think I've ever seen him deliver a speech or rise to a moment the way he did tonight. The challenge, of course, is going to be for him to sustain that all the way through the election and through those 3 debates that he's expected to have with President Trump. But it really blew a hole in the argument and in the caricature that Trump has tried to paint of Biden.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin for what stood out in Joe Biden's speech. Rhonda, let's talk about the personal as well as the political agenda he laid forth.
Right. Well, with the personal, he's always able to talk about the tragedies that he's experienced and make those sort of his pitch to Americans that he knows many of the struggles that all of us experience. So he touched on that. He did a lot of, the common laying out of the platform and what he's going to do as president. He named that on day 1, he's going to handle the coronavirus. He will make a mask mandate. He talked about protecting Social Security and Medicare. But really the undercurrent tonight is that argument that he has the character for president. We heard it all week long from his surrogates and others saying that he has the character to be in the White House, and it's in stark contrast to the current president. And I think that that's really the case that he made throughout the speech. One of his lines was, "This is a life-changing election. Character and decency are on the ballot, and this election will determine the history of the United States and the future."
Rhonda, Joe Biden opened up with a quote from Ella Baker, an African-American woman, civil rights activist, "Give people light and they will find the way."
That's right, and that's a very poignant quote, and he's saying that about himself, that he has the leadership, he has the 36 plus years on the Hill, he has the experience of being a vice president, so he has the chops, so to speak, to be the president, but also he has that personal connection as well, that we can be led out of the darkness. He also said a line about that this is the moment we could make today where we are led out of the darkness.
James Hohmann, I'd love to hear your grade for the former vice president as he tackled this speech tonight. We've been building up to this moment. That's how conventions work. So much to be said about all the other events, all the other speeches, but really it's ultimately about the presidential candidate and what, in this case, he is able to do.
Yeah, Libby, and I think Joe Biden offered reassurance tonight. Barack Obama's speech last night was a warning. And a lot of the speeches we've heard have been warnings about obviously Biden warned about kind of the danger of staying in the darkness and had the light darkness frame. But the whole night was about reassuring voters that this guy is not, as we're going to hear next week at the Republican convention, been hijacked by the radical left, that he's not some, zealous guy. I thought the whole theme tonight was about reassuring people that he's just a fundamentally decent guy, whether it's helping the Braden in New Hampshire with his stutter, that very powerful video, or even the way when his former opponents had that kind of conversation, as Cory Booker likened it to at the end of Survivor, the people who'd been voted off the island. Pete Buttigieg said that Biden had pointed out someone who was working for him and told him about some family problem that he had. Amy Klobuchar said that Biden had called after she gave a floor speech. It seemed, even Julie Louis-Dreyfus said Biden called after she was in the Amtrak magazine. It seems like everyone but me has Biden's cell phone number, and that was by design. And they were trying to convey that this is someone who's accessible, and that is also a contrast with the Trump message that he's kind of cloistered and in his basement and a career politician, this isn't a new theme tonight. We saw it with the woman who put his name into nomination, Jacqueline, who had been the elevator operator at the New York Times, and said Joe took me into his heart and took me into that meeting with the editorial board. So, but Biden again tied a bow around it tonight in his speech. So I think it's the best speech I've ever heard him give. His delivery was solid. He had a lot of, he's given more floor speeches in the Senate than you could really count. And speaking to an empty Senate floor is good practice for speaking to a mostly empty Chase Center.
That's such a great point, James. Well, we did see a number of the former Democratic candidates throughout tonight's programming and also in that unusual sort of Zoom meeting we're all so used to, but none like this one that we've all been a part of. Let's go to Joyce Koh, who was with many of these candidates over the past year on the campaign trail. So Joyce, what did you make of the appearances from Biden's former competitors?
Well, the last time we saw a lot of these former candidates on a national stage, so to speak, was during the early primary process. We remember them on a debate stage, sparring with one another and talking about one another on the campaign trail. But tonight was a moment where we really saw several of his former competitors come together and support both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for the Democratic ticket. Some of those individual stories that we heard from Senator Cory Booker, who talked about the importance of union jobs. Joe Biden has come out and support unions. He's done campaign events at unions. And Senator Booker really talking about how his grandfather was a member of a union and how that really set him up to send Cory Booker's mother to school. We also heard from Michael Bloomberg, who attacked Trump's record as a businessman and ultimately drew contrast between Trump and Biden. We also heard from Mayor Pete Buttigieg, who talked about the importance of marriage equality, talking about how he was standing in his wedding venue. And of course, he was the first openly gay Democratic presidential candidate. But no other moment really stood out more than that Zoom call that you mentioned, where we saw 7 former Democratic candidates having a conversation. Cory Booker asking each of them what their favorite moments with former Vice President, now Democratic nominee Joe Biden has been. And 2 of those moments that stood out to me were when Amy Klobuchar talked about how her favorite moment was this time where she was speaking on the Senate floor. There was no one there, and she was wondering who was listening to this speech, sort of joking that her mother was the only one listening to this speech. And she said that she got a call shortly after she had given this speech, thinking that it was her mom, and it was Joe Biden. Another moment that stood out to me was when Elizabeth Warren was giving her favorite Biden moment, and she said that the Boston bombing marathon anniversary, on the first anniversary of that marathon, Joe Biden came to Boston in his capacity as a vice president at the time, talking to families. And she said there was a moment when she saw Biden shift to becoming, not a formal speaker, but more of an empathetic person who was grieving with these families as he was talking to them. So I think in terms of the message of unity that the Democratic Party was trying to send this week, this was one of the strongest points that we saw all throughout the convention week, and it was certainly a visually effective moment for that message of unity that they've been trying to send. Libby?
Great, thanks so much, Joyce Koh. James, let's go back to you about who wasn't there tonight. We didn't see Julian Castro, for example, who was very significant because he is a Hispanic candidate for president. He's someone who served in the Obama-Biden administration. And I noticed that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez responded on Twitter tonight. All these people are saying she only got like a minute and a half to speak, and then it was only to nominate Bernie Sanders. She clapped back and said, if I had a second for every time somebody complained about this, I would give it to Julian Castro. So this is making some waves, but I'd like to hear from you why not see more of the candidates. And also, we once again heard from a lot of these moderates tonight. Michael Bloomberg, someone who said he voted for Trump and now regrets it and now supports Joe Biden. We're still hearing this drumbeat of moderates and even leaning to the right.
There's a couple things going on, Libby. One is the Biden campaign calculates that the people who support the AOCs of the world are going to vote for Biden because of their antipathy toward Trump. The second thing with specifically to Julian Castro is there is actually quite a lot of bad blood there. What we've talked a lot about the Harris moment during the debates when she attacked him for busing, but Castro, in sort of a tacky way, frankly, botched an attack on Biden's mental acuity and kind of got it wrong, and tried to make him seem like a doddering old fool, and it didn't go well. It didn't play well in that debate. It deeply upset Biden. And then Castro also waited quite a while after Biden had clearly wrapped up the nomination to offer his endorsement. Both of those things deeply bother not just Biden, but people in Biden world. And so there's no love lost there. You know, if you talk to Biden allies, which I did today, about this kind of snub, what they say is, you know, Castro got no support from the Latino community when he was an active candidate. So he's not kind of the avatar of Latinos, but it's quite a change from 8 years ago when, you know, Castro delivered the keynote address. The other person we didn't hear from was Tulsi Gabbard. She's on a flight to Alaska today to go do some National Guard related activity. She actually put Bernie Sanders' name in nomination 4 years ago, and you know, had some following. Didn't get a lot of support this year, and you know, there were several others. You know, and there were 20 people running. We didn't hear from Marianne Williamson or Michael Bennet. You know, the list goes on and on. But I think to the concern that AOC raised, Bernie Sanders in that video that Joyce was just talking about, you know, said Biden's just a fundamentally decent guy. God knows that's what we need right now. I think that's kind of what the Biden campaign hopes the takeaway is, regardless. And it's important that Sanders has offered that validation, because that also does help shore up the left. And, you know, Biden took Bernie seriously when no one else did. When Bernie first got elected to the Senate, Biden was very kind to him. And that's one of the reasons that Sanders didn't stay in, you know, until mid-June the way he did in 2016 against Hillary, even after it was clear that he had lost. Instead, he was sort of able to step aside because he admires Biden and is willing to vouch for him.
All right, well, thanks so much, James. Stay with us. Live coverage in the Washington Post. We'll be right back after this short break.
Forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Libby Casey, joining you from the Washington Post newsroom. With me tonight, Philip Rucker, White House bureau chief, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, and national political reporter James Hohmann. Phil, the themes and purposes of this week, you know, were obviously, as they always are at conventions, hitting a couple different notes, right? Showing us these two candidates, also drawing contrasts with the current president, and then trying to hit at some of the issues that Americans are so concerned about now. How do you grade the Joe Biden-Kamala Harris effort this week to give Americans some insight into who they are and what they would be like as president and vice president?
Yeah, Libby, there were a couple things going on here over the course of these 4 days. The first and foremost priority for the Democrats was to introduce Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to a national audience in a new and fresh and exciting way. You know, most Americans know Biden as the vice president, but they didn't necessarily know the whole story. They may not know, for example, that he had struggled with a stutter and a speech impediment, and that powerful video from the 13-year-old Braden in New Hampshire helped crystallize that story. They may not know the whole family story, the Jill Biden story. So it was a way to introduce the presidential and vice presidential candidates. But I think more importantly, there was a building effort over these 4 days to create a permission structure for all sorts of voters who may not necessarily be on board with the Biden campaign right now to get on board. To basically make the argument that Trump's presidency had failed. Even if you voted for Trump 4 years ago, it's okay to have regrets now, and it's okay to join us, us being the Democrats, going forward into the November election. And thirdly, I would say there was an effort to really stress what the Democrats see as the urgency of this election, as a really existential moment for America, and to convince their voters that this isn't a normal election, not to be cynical, but that the very democracy of this country is at stake. That's the argument President Obama made in his speech on Wednesday night, and we heard some of that from the former First Lady Michelle Obama on Monday night. And the hope of Democratic officials and of the Biden campaign is that that message sticks with people and hovers over them all the way through November, so that they vote early, so that they make sure they're getting their ballots, so that they have what they need to wait in line for hours on end on election day, if that's what it takes to be able to cast their ballot and have their voice be heard.
Phil, as a journalist who covered the Obama administration and covered President Obama closely, what were the observations you had of his speech last night? What stood out to you as being different than what you'd heard from him in terms of tone, delivery, or message?
You know, we've seen Obama deliver so many speeches, but not one like the one he gave at the convention last night. What stood out is there was fear in his voice and in his words. He really felt, and he communicated this, like this country is on the precipice, that our democracy is eroding. This is not about sort of whose healthcare plan do you like better, or who's going to do what with taxes. It's not an ideological debate to Obama. This is a very debate about what kind of country is America going to be going forward. And he tried to make the argument that 4 years into Trump, you know, if you elect Joe Biden, you can start to reverse some of the damages that Obama believes have been made to democratic institutions. But if you give Trump another 4 years and have 8 years of this presidency, this country is not going to look the same at the back end, and it will be too late to reverse that. And it was a very urgent appeal from Barack Obama that we have not heard before.
Rhonda Colvin, Joe Biden talked about 4 crises that America is facing tonight and tried to lay it out in clear and stark terms and also offer what he sees as solutions.
That's right. He covered the coronavirus. He talked about how he will, day one, handle that virus. He talked about Medicare and Social Security and all of those things that are sort of kitchen table issues to voters. So I think the appeal tonight was really to, as Phil just said, to reach voters who might not know Joe Biden right now or may have known him as vice president, but now can see him as a presidential candidate who can lead through all of the things that the country is facing right now. He laid it out to where a very grim picture would evolve if we see another 4 years of Donald Trump. That was really the core and the undercurrent of his message tonight.
Well, much of these conventions has been a scramble for both parties as they've had to switch gears to hold events amid the coronavirus. The Republican convention is coming up next week, and still no schedule has been officially released. So let's go to Joyce Koh about what we know so far about how the RNC convention is shaping up.
Yeah, well, we don't know too much. Like you said, the schedule has not been released. We haven't even gotten a full lineup of speakers. But here's what we know so far. Obviously, President Trump will be speaking, and he's going to be speaking from the White House lawn, which did stir a lot of controversy when he announced that because of the federal resources and federal dollars being used for a campaign event. But nonetheless, Vice President Mike Pence will be speaking from Fort McHenry in Baltimore. The First Lady Melania Trump is said to be delivering her address from the Rose Garden. And the Mellon Auditorium, which is a building that's very close to the Trump Hotel, will be sort of a hub for other speakers as well, is what we're hearing. Much of the event, the physical event in Charlotte, is sort of up in the air as far as we know. But one thing that we do know is that on Monday, 336 delegates, so 6 delegates from every state and territory, is expected to attend Monday's proceedings, where they will be doing a roll call vote. So we are expecting also Trump's family to be speaking, other prominent Republicans, but at this point, Libby, we don't have a full schedule yet. That's kind of all we know up until this point.
All right, well, we'll be here live to cover it on Monday night. Phil Rucker, what are you hearing from the White House and from the Republicans who want to see President Trump reelected, and how they're trying to view next week what they need to accomplish?
Well, there are a couple things they want to accomplish. The first is, you know, the president wants to make the best case he can for what he has accomplished in office. I think we're going to hear him and many of the other speakers at the convention talk about the economy and talk about the job growth that existed before the pandemic earlier this spring, and really make the promise that the president is the one who can get the economy back going. That's their main imperative here. You know, we've heard vis-a-vis the Democratic convention, we've heard Republican officials talking the last few days about how they want to showcase real Americans and more everyday folks, not checking boxes, which is the criticism they've had for Democrats of having so many different constituency leaders or political leaders or coastal elites. So they're going to be trying to showcase different people from around the country who have benefited in some way from Trump's policies. Although I think it's important to point out that the Democratic convention has also showcased an extraordinary number of real sort of everyday people from all walks of life. And frankly, that's one of the great beautiful things about doing this convention in a virtual reality way. There's just so much more time to intersperse video of different kinds of people, and you don't have the sort of formal structures on stage. But the last thing that we should look for from the Republican convention next week is a real indictment against the character and the policies of Joe Biden. I assume we're going to hear some of the nastiest attacks we've heard so far from the Trump campaign at Biden to try to chip away at what has been a otherwise very positive impression left from the Democratic convention this week of Biden.
And Phil, finally, we've been watching the president tweet this week, tweet tonight his criticisms. What will you be watching in this transition weekend between conventions?
Well, I think we'll all wake up tomorrow morning to see what the president has to say about some of the lines from the convention last night. There were a number of jabs at him, but there was also a really serious assault on his presidency delivered by Joe Biden, his opponent now, formerly his opponent in the general election. And so we'll see how Trump handles that. Trump was actually in Scranton, Pennsylvania earlier today, the hometown of Joe Biden, and really laid into Biden on the stump there in Pennsylvania. And so we're seeing this campaign and the interaction between these two candidates intensify, and I assume it will over the weekend heading into the Republican convention.
Philip Rucker, thank you so much. And thank you to all of our guests tonight and throughout this week. The Democratic National Convention is now in the history books, but our Washington Post team will be back next week with live coverage of the Republican National Convention. Please hit subscribe, whether you're watching us on YouTube or on the Washington Post homepage. You'll support the journalism of the Washington Post and be a part of our coverage. I'm Libby Casey, and I'll see you here next week on Monday night, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, as Republicans make their case for President Trump's re-election. From all of us here, good night.